Check. Oh, wait a minute. What's wrong with that? What's going on over there?
Step up, traders, time to roll. Number shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show.
I gotta move that over.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Friday when the floors are light.
Multi-stream.
Captain Jim James, help you cut that dry.
I think that shows everything. Yeah, baby. Blood.
So jump in, green and red glow. He's steering this ship on the stock market show. It's a stock market show.
Oh, yeah, baby. Good morning. Send it. You know, if you noticed last night, we'll talk about it here in a minute. Shoot, Bears running wild right now. I'm gonna have to get a bear song. Is it possible to get tea instead of coffee? Like honey and I'm gonna go into like sick mode here today. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. Woo. We just gotta put the low tick in. We haven't done that yet. Hopefully we don't suffer and save it all day long. I'm not late, am I? Hang tight here, guys. Is that for me? Something on that side of my face? Hey, hang tight here, guys. I'm like, where's all this light coming from? I've got like the blinding. There we go. We gotta get the set ready. First things first, I'm sick. I just want to give you a heads up that I thought maybe I had just lost my voice, but I'm getting sick. The whole my house is getting sick. My youngest daughter, luckily went off to spring break or whatever. But myself and my other daughter and my wife were all getting sick. I thought maybe it was just my throat, but it's not. I was making a joke to my wife this morning. I was like, I wonder if all the bugs in the school knows that everybody's going on vacation, so they try to escape with the kids. And maybe my youngest gave it to me. So this weekend, I think I'm going to spend in a corner somewhere, holed up with a lot of blankets and stuff. I even put on my my like thick winter socks this morning. I have pants on, but I did bundle up this morning, and then my wife and my oldest they're both shuffling around my house looking like, I don't know, panda bears, which is a good segue this morning. Now, if you recall earlier in the week, if on Monday we had the high to sell down into Thursday, Friday. The market stayed up on Monday, stayed up on Tuesday, stayed up on Wednesday, and that was the basis trade for an escape for buyers and bulls. I think I posted on Twitter something about you need to maintain these levels. It was 3 green lines. And if you lose those three green lines, start making new lows, it's going to get messy. It's not going to be pretty. That was the place. That was the basis for, if you look back on quarterly OPEXs, in the same similar situation, there are only two outcomes. There are no others. There's only two. And one outcome is where, let's go over here and look at it. Give me a quick second here. Opening bell, maybe, SPY expectations. Okay, so when we're in these situations where we are, and this was the basis right here. So this is the sell down into Friday, right? And then you have the Monday high, and that automatically tells you this week is going to be a red week. We also are dealing with the cross of the daily and weekly trigger. Now, there are two ways this goes. There's no other way. There's only two. And one of them is where we squeeze higher, and we test this cross either before it happens or as it's happening. And the market will decide if it's going to recover or if it's going to have continuation to the downside. The only other outcome is where you lose this basis up here, this basis trade to go higher, right? Like we're going to try to escape this and at least give the market a choice to break out and away or break down. And we chose the downward path, right? We break down here on Wednesday to Thursday morning, and it's on, like right on the bell. It's like, nope, you're underneath, and whammo, we're heading downtown to the depths of hell. Now, this is important because this is more than likely like not it, but what it does is it traps you or traps the market into a downtrend and leaves so much room to even have the choice to escape that there's no other option really. We're going to go down for April and likely May at this point, at least April. We should likely go down. Now, we have more to talk about than just this. If you look, excuse me, sorry. Gross. Let's I want to show you this too right here. Mostly because Webull does a good job of showing all price action throughout the night and day. They show Webull for some reason is able. I don't know why TradingView doesn't do this, but I would wish they had like how everything trades 24 hours a day. They don't. This is a really good tool to see the entire price action through a 24-hour period. And what's fascinating here is yesterday in the stream I said to you, you could see squeezing on the way down here, but that it should stay underneath. It should stay underneath 650-250. And this is exactly what happened here. This squeeze that took place after the close yesterday traded 252.10. That's all you needed to see after the bell yesterday. The fact that we didn't go higher than 250 is all you needed to see. And there's more about this spike right here too. This spike was on Trump yesterday, extending the deadline, I believe, to 10 days now. And I think yesterday I said to you, don't expect anything over this weekend and don't expect anything over next weekend. I said expect bad news, but not like invasion war stuff. And you should expect like an idea of more of some kind of an invasion, like 2 weeks, if not longer. It could even extend out into summer and fall. Thanks for the tea. I appreciate you. Oh, that looks so good. Oh yeah, and real honey. Oh man, thank you. Thank you. So up in here, right? You would think that extending 10 days is a good thing for the market. It's not. In this particular situation, any extension is a net negative. There's destruction going on in economies around the world that you were probably not being told the full extent of it. So when you extend another 10 days, it's more destruction in the background. And there's something else here too, which is the market was I think that the market was poised here to go higher. If there was any breakthroughs of any kind, any updates of breakthroughs, and that someone knew in here that that's not what's going to happen. And the market is telling you yesterday that, hey, look, there's no choice here. We're not going to go higher to have a choice to go up or down or whatever on the Iran-U.S. war or whatever it is, conflict or whatever. The market is telling you here that the way is lower and there'll be a pain trade until there's some resolution to this war, or there's just like a nice a guide or a path or a roadmap of some kind that you can trust, something like that. So what does that mean? Or I guess what does this mean? There's a few things. So we have a 10-day delay, right? Which puts us where? Right past Easter, right, which we discussed yesterday. There's a few other things here. Like you've got the volatility of how Trump runs things, and the market at some point, if it can't get resolved, even with the crazy town, how things are executed, the market at some point just has enough of it and says, we'll price this in, and we can always recover if it's not as bad as it's going to turn out. Some other things came out yesterday. There was some noise about Iran considering nuclear weapons. There was talk from Trump that was very suspicious yesterday, like the final blow. That's never good, like hearing, like nuclear option and then the final blow and wondering what that is. And there's a lot of double speak going on right now. Everything is destroyed, but then we get a final blow. And you're just like, well, what does this all mean? Like, what is a final blow? And we do have, like, there's some other things here too.
1 minute ago now to get the market on open imbalance.
There's we should bounce here and then go down and sweep a new low, just as a heads up. We've hit our target. If you don't know, if you remember last night's brief, I showed you that this would go down to this exact spot. So the idea here is that you have like uncertainty again. We're back into uncertainty and back into what does this mean and what does that mean? And we have enough. I don't know if you know this, but we already have somewhere between 150 and 200,000 service members within striking distance in the Middle East, meaning they're in Kuwait, they're in other islands and nations nearby. And you also heard yesterday another 10,000 soldiers. And so we have like the 5,000, maybe another 4,000 Marines, and then another couple thousand crack troops, and then another 10,000 being called up. And whenever you hear that stuff, when I was in the military, I would listen to civilians talk or argue points about what's public information. You should just double that number. Like anything that they're telling you publicly, there's double it. They're not gonna, like, we get as a civilian, we get locked into this idea that what they're telling me is the truth, and it's not that it's a conspiracy, it's that it's OPSEC, So we can only argue what we know, but you should double or triple those numbers usually. If they're like, hey, we're sending 1,000 guys, it's probably fucking 3,000. And they're never going to tell you that. They don't care about you and I pontificating as the new certified Iran intelligence analyst or whatever, and the new Israeli intelligence analyst. We have a big roundtable discussion. They're not gonna tell you that stuff. So there is escalation. Is the point here? Is that there is escalation? There is a question of what is the goal, right? What is the goal? There is escalation. What is the escalation? Where's the roadmap? There is no roadmap. There's also credibility also comes into play in the public eye. Credibility, listen to credible. Like, so If you guys ever, I went to college, right? They have this. It's called like credibility to your argument or something like that. I forget what it's called exactly anymore, but um, especially in geopolitics, when you're saying, "Hey, we're having negotiations," as an example, you're saying we're negotiating with Iran, and it doesn't look like you are. Like, are you credibly having negotiations with Iran or not? And so those kind of things are coming into question here. Like, is there a real negotiation going on or not? So like things are deteriorating. It reminds me often, or reminds me somewhat of the last part of tariff war. It was like I think we were like clearing it up, and then all of a sudden he was like, "Oh," he came out one morning and was like, "100% tariffs on this country we just made a deal with," and the market just fucking dove. It was like, so we're back into bullshit again. And I think that's kind of going on here, and I think you guys can all agree with that to some extent that this is going on here, right? And there's volatility and there's uncertainty. And so what the market will do is it'll price in that uncertainty or that pain until there's a roadmap and there's some consistency, and there's an exit, or there's some kind of like resolution to what's going on over there. And meanwhile, when you have Trump say, "Hey, this is your you get 10 days here," the market knows that that's not a positive development. It isn't. And I'm going to tell you the last part of this. And this is the part that gets rarely discussed. When you hear things like that, like we're doing another 10-day extension, and are they really negotiating? Or maybe there's a third party or Pakistan or something, or there's like conversations there, but it's not really truly negotiating. And you get a 10-day, you go from like 3 days, 48 hours or something, to 5 days, 10 days. I'm going to tell you what that means. That means that we're not ready. And I told you this before, when I was in the military, it's hurry up and wait. You have to, like, logistically, you have to like send your people there. You have to get the support there, the material there, the fuel there, the food there, everything. And you have to coordinate so that you don't have friendly fire incidents. And I think Trump is like, I'll do this like threat thing and bomb and threat and say things are going great, and hopefully things resolve at some point. And if they're not, they might grow and get worse. Then there's hey, let's bring everybody in and do all this stuff. And so now we're dealt with 10 days, and it'll probably turn into 10 days plus. I don't think the 10 days is enough. Maybe post Easter is like the start. Now, there's another flip side to this, which is in the first Iranian bombing, Trump said something similar to what he said this past few days. He said in the first Iran bombing, he said, "I'll make my decision in 2 weeks," and he bombed that weekend. So he's not the best. He's not the best with tightening his lips, I guess, or operational security and that kind of stuff. So there's that as well, which is maybe we do something this weekend, and then we escalate in 10 days, and then in 30 days you've got an invasion, So you can see the escalation is here one way or another, and no clear roadmap. And that's one thing about other wars too, is usually have a clear roadmap. Like, here's the buildup. This is what we need to do this. It's public-ish, and the propaganda machine is running, and it assuages fear. And then you get updates along the way. You control the narrative publicly, and you say, "Hey, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do for it." Everyone's on board at the same time. Everybody's like, the whole world's like, you get your strategic partners, you get the public on board. Even if you're anti-war or whatever, there's just a general like idea of, I don't agree with this, but this looks like it's going to work, and it calms and eases the public. It eases the markets, and there's none of that right now, is there? There's uncertainty everywhere. There's, all this other noise going on, and contradictory information, and no control of the narrative. So that's what I see going on here. Now, we're going to switch back to this thing right here, but all we're looking for here is a new low. I think we just got it, hopefully. Yeah, we just got the new low. That's good. Let's go look at this one over here. We got the new low finally. There goes the gap closure. I told you that we would close that gap. If we lost this basis trade above, and we're dipping our balls down there and scrubbing around and seeing what's down there. And I'm gonna chart this out for you right now. I had it charted out for you last night where we should go, and it's down, down, down. I think I told you yesterday everything should be sold. Any rips should be sold as long as we don't trade above 652.5, and we didn't. So what do you expect to happen here? It's not pretty. I'm going to show you some examples right now, just to give you an idea of where I see the market. When we don't go up to attempt to break out the closure of weekly and daily trigger, I want to show you what happens. And so the first thing we're going to do is going to take a look at some prior examples of this right here, like similar situations. And we build these triggers to alert us to if this is going to happen, when this is going to happen. It's why when we were above this hourly trigger, this was the basis for bulls. And the moment that we lost it with a second low, it was on like Donkey Kong to the downside. Wham, wham, wham to the downside. So we're going to look at some prior examples so I can show you that there's only a couple outcomes here. And I want you to remember this right here. The breakout and decision, and then if we don't do that, if we come down here, what's the outcome? So have like a visual in your head, mental picture of this, and I'm going to show you what those outcomes look like. They're not pretty. There's one right here. We failed to retest here, and we blasted down just like this. The daily trigger comes down, and we start cranking to the downside. It's pretty ugly. Now remember, we've got the daily trigger coming down, no attempt to trade it. And then once the daily trigger crosses through, we do trade it, but it doesn't matter. It's underneath the weekly trigger, and we start blasting to the downside. I'm going to show you some more over here. Here's one right here. This is a good example. This one wasn't too bad. We blasted down, did not meet the daily trigger. Daily trigger didn't cross. We smashed it at least, checked. We did capitulate here, but we did recover quite quickly, and we were up and out of here. Show you another one up here. This one was fairly close right here. This one, we're still kind of have that possibility right here. The daily still is not crossed. We broke down below the weekly in that example, but we had already broken earlier. We broke up here. And this was an ugly one right here. There was no cross right here. We attempted to get out, right? No, blast down. We made it out here, but failed to get a new high, and then it was right back down to the depths of hell again. Let me show you a couple more examples here. They're pretty nasty, boys. It ain't going to be pretty. This is on an hourly basis. Wish I did this on a day. We'll start it again. This is 2020. Right here. Here's a cross. Blast to the downside. No check on the daily trigger. Barely got near it. Here's another one right here. Barely got near it. Down to the downside. All ugly, right? All outcomes ugly. So we don't have a chance here to. We don't have the chance here to smash above. We don't have the chance to break out and get out of here. And when that happens, it becomes completely risk off. What ends up happening here is we start smashing to downside, and you sell every check back on that daily trigger. You sell it all until we hit a couple things happen. In this circumstance, I'm going to just tell you it's going to be the cessation of fighting, or with Iran. You have to have a table, sit down, like ceasefire, open the Strait of Hormuz, and negotiations, or you're going to need to have the U.S. take control of the strait, something like that. The market's going to, in my view, stop listening to Trump with promises, and not only the promises, but I view at this point, any extension on the, what did he call it, the final blow? That doesn't mean shit. If anything, it's a negative because we're still constricting the flow of rare earths and commodities like oil and gas and the derivatives of other fuels. So this isn't good. And not only is it not good, but you want to sell everything off any kind of trade to the half-hour, hourly trigger, and daily trigger. You want to be everything is for sale in here, likely until either of those two things happen, till we trade right down into that monthly trigger, and maybe even like 590. And then what the market will end up doing is the market will check back again. Let's say this is April and May. We're down in here. It'll check back in April. It'll check back in May. And if if things get worse, the economies start to have real problems and stuff like that, we'll do more of that. Now, if by chance any of those things happen, we start to try to mark a bottom, we can do that. If the market believes that Trump is not out of his mind, but that there's a real true roadmap out there, and everyone's agreeing to it, that we're going to follow this roadmap as long as things go well, we can either start to buy a dip once the daily trigger is recovered up here, or if the daily trigger comes down, we start recovering on that one. You can start putting some more risk on. Until then, it's going to be party time. And the last part that I want to tell you about this is the top line takeaway here. It should start cascading. It shouldn't be like a staircase down, controlled downside moves. It should be like 2-3% a day, 2-3% in the after hours and pre-markets and the overnights and stuff like that. They won't hit circuit breakers. What they'll do, now that we have now we've been through enough circuit breakers, the market intentionally will attempt to not trigger those as we head lower. You might see them on individual stocks, but like the indexes should do it in a way where we circumvent that kind of doom, because we're not in that doom. This isn't COVID, but it is like COVID. It reminds me of that too. It reminds me of like the second leg of uncertainty and tariffs, and then it reminds me slightly of COVID, where you're not being told everything, and there's a lot of noise saying this isn't going to happen. Oh, bro, they're not going to shut the U.S. down, and all of a sudden they shut the basketball game down, and it's like fucking pandemonium and Panic at the Disco, right? And there's a little bit of that here going on. There's a little bit of like, how much damage is being done to the world economy? Are you going to tell me? And as time passes, how much worse does it get? And no one's really saying the truth. Some of them are. I think we had another country yesterday, the day before, say something. It wasn't just Philippines. Another country, I'll look it up, but there's more news coming out of some of these countries. And you've got other nations declaring austerity with fuel, and you got some just like damage being done in the world economy. So let's go and look at this right here. We'll do this again. I think I went over this all week long, but we should do it again. We're going to look at first at a 3-month candle. I think I've told you this before, that we've taken out this candle right here. We took out enough of this prior 3 months to open the door to trade this candle right here. And the targets on this candle, this is a door opener to lower, but the first target's right here. So you can see it. This is 6/30/21. If you go to 1 month, we're just going to trade. We're going to talk about this one in particular, and then we'll talk about the 1 month or the monthly and weekly targets more so than the next 3-month candle. We're not fucking with that one just yet. And look at this right here, just like balls hanging out right here. Pain, right? We're going to put that one up there. This becomes yellow. Okay, this is an important milestone for the market heading lower. And you want to put a month here. And they're going to try to close the door here on the month. And we're going to put this one down below as green. These are for targets. This one right here. These are all your lower targets right here. Ugh. And bear with me, I'm sick. I'm getting sicker. Yeah, I thought yesterday, I thought maybe I was just dehydrated, and that was it, maybe. But I'm sick, so bear with me today. I may sound cranky or whatever, or get tired or whatever. It's starting to kick in that I'm sick. Look at that. That's bad, right? Woo. You want to snip that? You can. If you want to look at some targets. Let me do the week. Is this the weekly? Yeah, this is the weekly. So this one right here is going to close above. No bueno here. And then we're going to snap in some weekly targets down here. Like, I mean, do I really need to switch? I don't need to put those in there, do I, for you? I'm not going to put those in there. There's no need. This is the general vicinity. This is where we're headed. You guys know that, right? So 599.63, and there's some gaps down below here. This is 5,600. I think there's a gap at 592. There's a gap right here. You can see one right here, but I think there's another gap down here somewhere at like 590-ish, or at least this return right here. Start of this trade is right here, 590.07. And there's a gap down here to close. I mean, there is easily, if this thing blows up and just starts destroying stuff, I think 5,600 is like easy. You could say if you get enough damage down here, if you do enough damage to the world's economy, what you could do is slam into this stuff up here. And if we can't recover enough and the war continues into this fall, and then you've got the election season. I don't see why we can't get down there. Big fat double correction. And you can price in the war if it blows up into something more affecting the world, and then you've got the volatility with the midterms, and it could get messy. Now, should you trade this right now? No, there's no need to. The only thing you're trying to trade here is this right here. This is our new zone to trade down below. So let's look at this, and this could happen really fast. Like this could happen by mid-April, maybe May. It should happen fairly quickly. Here's a day. Yeah, let's go. We don't need to do the week. We could. I mean, I guess I could put this up here for the bulls out there. You could snip this if you wanted to. For where we are currently, we would need to trade above 673, like quick. Pretty fast, and this number will drop more. This number will drop. These white lines will come down and come down and come down and come down as time passes. So you'd be looking for, if you're like, hey, I'm a bull and this is going to turn around, bro, really quick. I'll give it to you. You'd need to go up 5%, 5.5% recovery pretty quick. We'll go to a day. Nice little gap left behind over here. And this is where the door is now shutting above us. You can see it here. This is like, if you're a bull, this is it for you. This is where you're actually selling off of these levels right here. Put this day up here. Put this day right here. And these will turn into weekly resistance as of Monday. Here are your downside targets. These are big walls right here forming. Look at this. This is a huge wall right here. This is going to be no-go. And it's 647.89 and 646.30. This is the basis to be selling. And I want to show you I want to quickly show you where your little sellers are and your big sellers. So your little sellers are right here. So go down. You can snip this at home if you want to, just have some reference. These are your little sellers, and your big sellers are right here. Somewhere up in here. And it's still down. Whoops, sorry about that. Sorry about that wonkiness in my drawings. My drawings look like dog crap. Just leave it right there. But these are your big sellers. These are your little sellers. Your little Jim Bros and big Jim Bros are up here. And you can see right here. This is the squeeze. And this is what was required to break those big sellers, and we're not doing that, right? So they're down here now below. They're sitting right up here, and they're sitting right down here for selling to the downside. New low in the market this morning. This is not good. You guys know what that means, right? We have one low. You know the rules, right? You get one low. Then you get your second low. There it is. And then it's just a matter of selling now, right? Sell everything that you possibly can. What was that low right there? 639. Hang tight here. Let's go to a 4-hour. $639.76. Sorry about that. And here's S3 all the way down here, 631.71. Theoretically, we could go down here by Monday. Theoretically, by Monday. Let's draw this in right here. Hang tight. It's right there. Let me just check this one now. There is some good news for a bounce here. You can see that the hourly trigger is very low. There's only a few examples of us being this low. Let me just take a look at this really quick. And we're going to look at some prior examples of what happened. The last couple times we were down here. There's one right there. That's actually not exact. Let me do something better with this. Hold on. Because we're already on a 30-minute deep low on daily velocity. So we can find something more in line with. Hold on, let me just check one more thing here. So you've got new lows being put in. Let's go back over here and just check this. It's roughly right here. Right about there's an example. Here's another example right here. A couple more. Like, how bad can things get? So this is where we are, right? Down here. Start cascading down. A little bit of recovery, and then what? Wham and wham. And this was this took place from March. So this is beginning of March right here. So this will be the beginning of April. And then it goes right down into May 1st. This was a decline of 16% from being underneath. Fairly vicious, right? I think the decline to 6,000 is only another 10% or something. So we're not even asking this much. If you were to rotor root 590, maybe it's that high, but let's take a look over here and see what it is. And it doesn't take long, right? It's like a month where we got like, all right, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe. Let's just call it here. That's only 8%. So it's not even, I'm not even like saying, hey, it's not like, we're not even talking 560 yet. We've done declines like this in recent memory. There's 13% right there. So 5,600 is like, it ain't that horrible. Now, we have examples in recent memory of doing this. So this is the way down. It shouldn't take long. This last example was 6 weeks. So, April 1st, May 1st, somewhere in there. We could rip this whole entire thing down. And what's crazier about this is that you're still in bull trend. You're still in a bull market, even trading all of this. As long as you remain above the monthly trigger, if we don't do this down here, smash down here, and put in another low, if we're like smashing down here and coming back up again, still a bull market. Believe it or not, I know that sounds crazy, but so that's my point here, is that we haven't even gone into a bear market yet. You gotta go down there and go like new lows down here and start fucking trading even lower than that for a bear market. So we're not even in a bear market yet. We're just in a risk off type situation, and we're in this risk off type situation until geopolitics improves. And I want to say it's more than, I feel like we should take the focus off of just the geopolitics of it, but also add in that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a weapon of mass destruction. And I don't care if we created it. I don't care if Iran created it. I don't care who created it. But the closure is going to do damage to vast parts of the world economy. And the longer that it stays closed, even if we're giving them another chance before the final blow or something, it's not good. So just be aware of that we are targeting these new lows. The example that I showed you says what? Says sell everything that isn't nailed down, right? That's what it says, right? Even with the velocity where it's at. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to chart this out for you. We're going to go back to, let's go to a 1 minute. We're still bleeding right now. In one quick second here. This is S2. S3 is right here. Here's S2. This wouldn't shock me down here. It's something like that. Where's that 30s down there? Right there. There it is. Nope, 630. Hold on here. Hang tight here. No, I don't think we need to do that 650. Hang tight. This is wrong. Are we at 10 a.m. yet? Somewhere up. This is the pivot point right here. Theoretically, you can go this high up here, but they're not going to let you. They're going to stomp you in right there. This is 1600. And this is going to be dotted. And I think over the weekend, we're going to smash down here. Let me go back to an hour here. This all looks wonky. Where's Monday at 8, 9 a.m.? This is best case scenario. Can I bring that to the front? There we go. Let's take a look at this. Somewhere down there. It's like smashing down in here, then back up again. There's the daily trigger. What's this? This is the 30s. So you're like smashing down. Oh, this is wrong. I think you can smash right through down through there. '27th, 30th. And then here's your big squeeze up to the daily right there. This is 31st. And this is where the problem lies, is that because you're so far away, we start getting right here, straight down. And you kind of just see the slow grind to the downside right here. And then what you do is you've got your your March or your turnaround for the middle of the month over here. This is your April 15th. So we're like stalling down here. You put your low in, you make your new low right here, you get your bump up for April 15th tax day. Nothing figures itself out then, and then it's a quick trip party time downstairs here to the beginning of April. Get sucked back up, try to break our way out again for the month of May. If nothing has, I think things by May should improve, like April 15th, May should improve enough. The market can escape to the upside. And you have that like April 15th squeeze up here, so you've got one here, one big sell here, and one big sell over here. If that makes any sense. You want to snip this, you can. Should see another check back somewhere in here around the 15th. And you can see the daily trigger coming down right now. This will be used as a place to check the market in here. Slam down, slam down. This will be used as again as a place to check the market. And if we can't figure this out by May, which I doubt, we're going to rock straight down there. And then we can check again in the middle of May. May OpEx over here. Sorry about that. Hold on. This will be your May OpEx, and this will be your end of month for May to see if we can escape again. I mean, that's what we're set up for right now, is checking on OpEx and on monthly to see if we're going to escape this or not. So let's go look at this. Something like this. Kind of see it right here. You can see this one down here. And this one should be over here. I don't even think you can get up there, maybe. Somewhere up in here, maybe you can get up in here. But they're already waiting for you. You can see them. This will all turn into rejection at some point. And the idea here is what we do is we keep it as down as far as we can. Like smash down weekend. Trump pulls any kind of craziness. over the weekend. Down, you get your Easter. Everything is okay for Easter. Breakout opportunity if they're at the negotiating table. And when we come back from Easter and they start the final blow, right down there again. And then we're just off and running to the downside. This will be like this. You can kind of see it over here. This is a much farther out. Oh, put that over there. And before you know it, you're in middle of April. Yeah. There's the 15th for you. And it's just like a slow grind down. Well, not slow grind, but you get it, right? Like smash down, back up here, smash it down again. Well, you know, oh my God, the world's on fire. my hair's on fire. And before you know it, it's, you know, bam, bam, bam. And you can see that hourly trigger is right in here. And see that hourly trigger will come up and down and down and down and down. So you're just firing off the hourly trigger and off of the daily trigger as it makes its way. You can see it right here. And this should rein us right in until we're down here into this. There's 599 and 600. You know what I'm saying? And you have a chance to reset up here on the first. You should still get the squeeze, but you want that. What you wanted was that squeeze up here. You want to be up here coming into the 31st first. So you have those negative flows and then the squeeze. But you're going to get it lower now. You're going to get it down here and get it over here. And now you're kind of like sucked into this new downtrend. Okay. On the 1 minute, let's go back over here. I think we're done here today on the downside. We'll put the, I think we're done, but we might root around down here, fuck around. We can take this trade lower. Here's the other thing on this too. If they are going to, all right, sorry about that. Let me get my old man off there. So I just want to show you where we are right now. This is 10 a.m. If we decide we're going to careen down all day long or something like that and begin to trade the 2 sigma move, which is, we have potential to do that. I don't think we do it, but if we do it, this would be the target for today. We would need to see a low, though, and a new low. So you'd want to see, it's the same thing. You want to, this is S2. You'd want to see a smash underneath this S2. And then as soon as you get the rejection, we can start a new trade to the downside. But we're not there right now. Don't get sucked into, you could be the supply here on a Friday, right? Everyone's going to monetize their puts. And you think it's going to careen to the downside, and you're going to buy those puts and be parked here sideways all day long, and then they're going to suck you up into a squeeze into the close. So just be careful if you're going to take this downside move. Make sure you're following your rules. I think we're not going to go down there, but if we do, we can take the trade together. I'll tell you, start selling. And if you haven't sold yet, start selling. You know, whenever you hear me say stuff like that, like I did yesterday, like, what are you doing? Are you not short? Like, be short into the fucking close. And we buried yesterday right to that arrow I had down there. Didn't you see it yesterday? We went right down to the fucking arrow. So if we start at any point rolling, I'll let you know. We're not going to roll here. Don't be in puts here. Do not do it. You'll get fucked in here. So just don't. Just hang out. We could trade sideways all day long. Little squeeze up. We'll look for these 10 a.m. flows and these 12 p.m. flows and see if they get smashed to the downside, or if we trade sideways. I would expect that we trade sideways. We monetize puts, and you'll see a bunch of like late put buyers. And I would assume that people are going to sell you puts here. Now, if it turns around, let's say we start heading to the downside, and we get more aggressive doom or some shit like that. We will turn into sellers on the day, but we're not there right now. This is probably bottom right here. Even if we dip our wick, like even with a wick, even with a break under here, I wouldn't trust it. It's just a signal to you that we're going to head down there in the future. Just do not get caught in this right here. Tight, guys. I'm getting a fucking headache right now. I'm sick. I hate being sick. It's like it's like full stop for me. I work so many fucking hours that if I can deal with hangovers, I can deal with anything. I can't deal with being sick. It's like the one thing that makes me stinky in life. This is what right here. This is 12:30. Like I can deal with anything but being sick. Like I even avoid my family. Like when school starts, I'm just like, go away from me. Don't spread your, like I don't need the immune system. I already have the immune system. I don't need to like create an immune system with you when you're young. Put that one up there, put this one up here. And I don't think you can get this high. I think this has more to do with I want you to know that this is probably Monday morning in here. I got this up here, but we're not going to go that high. Not in my view. We might go that high on Monday, but I would suspect we get locked in somewhere in here. If we're going to go up, it's probably going to be, you'll have the panic step in again at like 2. Let's call it 1:30. You should see renewed hedging activity down here. And then a squeeze for liquidity up into, this is what I would suspect. Say like back down here into the close, doom and gloom. And then a squeeze up. This would be over on Sunday or whatever. And I don't think you're actually going to get up that high. You might. You might get up there in the weekend, but this would be your Monday high or whatever. Your Monday high should be somewhere up in here. Like 647, 689. There's potential to go. I do want you to know that the top would be anything under 650, 250. Keep that number in your head, that's 650, 250, because if we can't get above that, that 650 becomes mega resistance. Then you're like below 647.50. And I think that's about right where this is right here. And if we start to blast through here, if I'm wrong here or anything like that, we'll just look for the sign that we're going to start heading lower, and we'll replan our day to more downside, and we'll try to trade this big red area down here. But we're not there, so we're not there to take that trade. And be careful, we're in such deep. There's one other note here. If I had any other notes here, would be like. I told you, like, it could get violent, like instead of escalator, it becomes elevator. The other thing to keep in mind is we're so deep in negative gamma now that you could see violence to the upside. So if you're a seller, make sure that you've got like, hey, this is where I'm taking my money, and you lay off. You don't want to get caught as a seller on the wrong side of a squeeze. And how you know how to do that if you're a seller is if you lose the 1 in 5 minute trigger, you're risk off. So if you want to like be selling the 1 in 5 here, and if you see anything like this right here with a high and then a new high, you lay off the market. And you wait until we go back to the half an hour trigger or the hourly trigger. In this case, the half hour trigger is on the upside. It's right here. So that's 645. This should rein us in. This thing should start coming down, 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 right around here, 643.53, and kind of pin us in. I'll leave this right here. Now watch this closely. I did get some information, or I did have something come across the wire here. I'll see what I can find. Grok is ordered to stop creating AI nudes by Dutch court. Okay. You guys notice that all the fucking gooners are all pissed off at Sora being turned off? They can't create AI porn anymore. Or make a movie with no talent. Like, no, they're saying you can't create anymore, or Dutch courts are saying you can't create. I haven't done any of that shit. I've seen some of it, but What else we got here? University Michigan consumer sentiment was probably the alert that we got earlier. Expectations worsen after start of military conflict in Iran, particularly over the short run. Economic outlook falls. Let me see if I can bring this down. Show this to you really quick. I'll bring it right over here. I don't want to interrupt you guys. We're going up. We should go up here. So you should be expecting a bounce here. Expectations worsen after start of military conflict in Iran. Economic outlook falls. Inflation expectations climb. And I want to say something on inflation stuff too. Be careful on there's a lot of talk about how the $2 million thing per carrier is brutal. It's not. It's like $1 a gallon. It's already fucked up everything that's out there going on. So like another dollar, it's like, what do you care? You're already gonna get ripped into this inflation. Like another 2 million is really not the focus. There's worse things going on with this Strait of Hormuz thing than an extra dollar. You're already gonna get massive inflation. Like it's just like it's the cherry and not the ice cream, the hot fudge, and the whipped cream. It's the cherry. That's it. There's the cherry on top. The ice cream costs more money than the cherry. Leave that right here for us. Take a peek at. That should help us right here. Does that help? This should give some good market awareness of where we are. And if we do start to lose it at all, start losing this and we start like racing to the downside, there's possibility of that. When there's like some top line stuff here. When we're in declines like this and we switch from from escalator to elevator down, pay good close attention to the half-hour trigger. That fucking thing will send us careening. The next top line thing would be big relief rallies should come closer to markets, binary events like OPEX and new month, end of month. You'll see like big trades up to the daily trigger typically. If you're marking every week, let's say you're going to marking a low on Friday and then a high on Monday, right? In this case, and when you're done with that, you want to be trading in this particular environment. I would say the half-hour trigger. It should be violence off of that half-hour trigger in that situation. What else on this? Hold on, we got a couple other things here. Hang tight. I got a couple things I want to bring up to you here. Let me check and see if I have any risk off at this morning. And I do. This is the first time I've seen risk off and spec growth today and yesterday. So spec growth going risk off. I do have one return. I'll post the ticker inside of the pro channel. Hold on here. Hang tight here. I only have one return this morning. I should get less and less returns at some point. You should start to see no more spec growth, risk on. It's very rare when you see these things, when you see stuff like this. It's dangerous. Means that normally it's like spec growth it's like HYG, very risky stuff, and people have money to spend. It's a good sign of danger ahead. There are some sectors that are up this morning. Consumer non-durables are up. Energy and minerals are up. Utilities are up. Industrial services are green. Communications are green. Non-energy. Let's take a peek over here. Yeah, non-energy minerals look like garbage. Communications pretty good. Verizon, ATT. This all looks like recessionary green. People will be on their phones. They won't be out partying. Or at least that's what the pricing in is. Walmart's up today. A lot of like the recessionary type stocks are up. They look like they're up to me today. Utilities, safety is up. Some of process industries are up as well, but green or red across the board. If you notice too, Apple was holding the market up yesterday. So we're rotating between Mag 7 to attempt to slow the decline. So you could be looking at Mag 7 for squeezing opportunities at the end of the day. Then they send it down all day long to try to slow or stem the downside move. We'll mark this right here. If there is a bottom, this is it right here. Yeah, another 10,000 troops. It's probably fucking it's bigger than that. I already told you guys, man. Like I got fucking family dudes like that everyone's getting orders right now. If you're like IRR or reserves or guard, like they're already doing readiness checks on these units, guys. We already have a couple 100,000, near a couple 100,000 troops there or in the vicinity. They can spin this fucker up quick if they need to. Anyone that's like, oh, they can't take months to do that. It may be 2 or 3 months, but we have the assets. Most of the assets are there. They just don't talk about it. You could see an Iraq-style thing, man, or even bigger, sooner than you think. I'm gonna read a few things to you here. I gotta take this fucking candy out of my mouth. Sorry, I'm sorry for sucking on a candy while I'm on stream with you. I'm losing my voice pretty badly. And I got like headaches and general malaise. Professor Chaos. I got at my house we have General Malaise, Professor Chaos, and what's the other guys? General Disarray. General Disarray, Professor Chaos has visited the James house. Hold on, I gotta drink some of this tea too. I've got some tea going. Hold on, we're gonna get rid of the coffee. The coffee ain't sitting well. Coffee ain't doing it. I need like tea and chicken noodle soup or something. And I need like my wife's memories or something. I need to be cuddled or something. I'm like a child. I need to like get underneath some blankets and go curl up in a corner somewhere. I need my own mom. That's what I need. I don't need my wife. I need my mom to come cuddle me. Mommy. Let's watch that right there. Make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. No, make that so fucking stupid looking. So glaring. Okay, we've got I don't see headwinds. I'm reading something right here. I'm like, those aren't headwinds. Or no, sorry, those are headwinds, not tailwinds. Headwinds, agreed. Okay, I'm with you. Headwinds. Let's look at this. Let's see what I can find here. Wall Street Journal, Pentagon sending up to an additional 10,000 troops. They're already sending them, bro. If they're telling you they're considering, they've already sent them. They already got their orders. What else do we have here? Economic calendar. Let me turn the news on here. We already talked about the Michigan consumer sentiment. The good news is that the lid is not blown off on sentiment yet. We're not getting like too much economy destruction news. There's some of it, but it's not as big or as dangerous as it actually is. Let's see a few other things here. Well, that's a neat map. We'll save this. I'll post this for you in the Discord. I'm going to read you a story here and post this for you. It's a cool little map. You can look at that. This is from JPM on oil. With the last tanker leaving... Oh, sorry, make it bigger for you so you can see it. With the last tanker leaving the Strait of Hormuz on February 28th, the shock is shifting from a flow problem to a stock depletion problem where timing matters as much as volumes. The disruption is unfolding in sequence rather than all at once, much like during COVID, with Asia hit first, then Europe and Africa, and the U.S. Gulf Coast last. Cargoes from the Gulf reach Asia in roughly 10 to 20 days, Europe and Africa in around 20 to 35 days, and the U.S. Gulf Coast in roughly 35 to 45 days. Asia is already feeling the squeeze because pre-closure cargoes have largely dried up. Southeast Asia's demand is expected to fall by around 300 kilobarrels, maybe? I don't know, KBD. What is that? Kilograms per barrel per day or something? I don't know. KBD? What is KBD? No, not oil. Not that kind of oil. KBD stands for 1,000 barrels per day, a standard unit used in oil and gas to measure daily production, consumption, transport rates. So we have 300,000 barrels, basically, or 300,000 barrels per day in April, is expected to fall by about 300,000 barrels per day in April. But losses could rise above 2 million barrels per day. I know the million barrels per day. I didn't know the KBD. I know the MBD, but not the KBD. I thought it was like kilos or kilo something, but it's not, just 1,000. That's all it means. So you've got or let's start again. Asia is already feeling the squeeze because pre-closure cargo. I just want to make sure I'm getting all this in my head. Hold on here. Asia is already feeling the squeeze because pre-closure cargoes have largely dried up. Southeast Asia's demand is expected to fall. Demand is expected to fall by around 300,000 barrels in April, but losses could rise above 2 million barrels in May and approach 3 million barrels by June if OECD stock releases stay contained within national borders. So this is significant. So think about the idea that demand goes down by 300,000 barrels, but the supply is going to hit the millions, 2 and then 3, as the months roll by here. We'll price this. We'll pre-price this in too before we get there. That's how it goes, right? It's the same idea behind when oil prices go up, they don't come down right away. This is greed, right? It's not because of any other reason. It's greed. So 2 million barrels per day in May and approach 3 million barrels per day by June if OECD stock releases stay contained within national borders. Europe is likely to feel the impact by mid-April as the last February cargoes arrive without replacement, though the main effects should come through higher costs and competition with Asia rather than outright shortages. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Just that statement, which is, it's not as though the U.S. won't have oil, or gas. It's that these oil and gas producers can sell their oil and gas for a higher price to other nations in Asia. We'll be competing for that oil and gas, unless theoretically you limit the sale of your oil and gas outside of the U.S. But if you do that, you're just going to create a knock-on effect across the world. Like if you don't allow U.S. gas and oil to leave and it competes with the world, then our oil and gas prices goes up. If we don't, you start breaking economies in other places. This is the other thing, too. I said this yesterday, I think, or the day before. I don't know where I said it, but forget rate cuts. Don't even think about rate cuts. You know, the last time we were in this situation, do you know what we did? You remember, right? We turned on the money printer. So even with all this doom I'm telling you here, or reading to you right now, I'm going to read the rest of this to you, but they're probably not going to mention this, which is QE would be a solution. It's not a solution you want, but it's a solution that governments use. So the U.S. is last in line, and with longer voyage times and strong domestic production, is more likely to feel the shock through higher prices and refined product dislocations, especially in California, than physical scarcity. The move from flow shock to stock depletion is already showing up in the data. I'm posting this in the Discord for you right now, by the way. The move from flow shock to stock depletion is already showing up in the data. In the first 3 weeks of March, global inventories fell by around 155 million barrels, driven mainly by a 211 million barrel drop in oil in transit, while onshore inventories stayed broadly stable. Refining runs have also fallen sharply, down 2.6 million barrels per day since the conflict began, reflecting both crude shortages and logistical constraints. And I think that's the bigger story here, which is, or not the bigger story, but the tie-in story to is it 10 days now? You know, the reprieves given from the U.S. does not solve this problem. So you need the Strait to be openish with some kind of negotiation or the Strait openish with the U.S. in control of the Strait, or the Strait open with like I don't know, like just some kind of talks of some kind. Maybe I already said that, I'm not sure, but you get the gist, right? The hey, we're gonna do a truce for 5 days or 10 days does not help this what I just read to you in any way, shape, or form. So this continues to grow, even with the what did he call that fucking thing? The final blow being postponed. And not only that, last time he said that was the first time we attacked Iran. He said, I'll make a decision in 2 weeks. And that weekend he started bombing. So that final blow might come this weekend. And the Strait will still be closed, or potentially be closed even more if it spirals out of control. That's JPM on oil. What else do we have here? Goldman Sachs. Higher. I'm going to post this one. There's a couple things here for you. I'm going to post for you right now. Goldman Sachs, higher oil prices still hurt the labor market, but less than in the past. Higher oil prices still tend to reduce job growth and raise unemployment in the U.S., but the effect now looks to be only about 1/3 as large as it was between 1975 and 1999. That likely reflects the lower oil intensity of the U.S. GDP and the rise of domestic shale production. Estimates are broadly in line with the Fed's FRB U.S. model and academic research, and suggest that the oil shock implied by the baseline oil forecast would lift the unemployment rate by 0.1 percentage point, contributing to a rise to 4.6 by Q3 2026. The main drag comes through weaker hiring and modestly higher layoffs in industries most exposed to discretionary spending. And there is some bump in discretionary or in stocks that are not discretionary, but hey, instead of us going out and spending $400 on the F-250 this weekend, I got to go to work on Monday and tell my client that I'm going to charge him double. Maybe we go to Walmart with the kids, or maybe we go to Chili's instead of going to our I don't know, fucking Ruth Chris Steakhouse or something. Maybe instead of going on this big vacation for the spring, we only go on. Well, what do we got here? Don't sell this yet. We need the first low underneath S2. We need to plunge under here, and then we take the second one to the downside. So don't get caught in this. You get sucked into this right now. Don't get sucked into it. You're like, buy puts, they'll murder you all day long, and then they'll eat you alive at the end of the day. You got to get the first low and then the second low. Do not trust this. I know you want to sell. I know I can smell the FOMO out there. It's everywhere. Move's already been made. You need the low and the new low. Higher oil prices have usually supported employment in oil extraction and support industries since the shale boom, but gains are likely to be more limited this time because of major improvements in extraction productivity. Taking both sides together with some job gains in energy but broader losses elsewhere, higher oil prices are expected to reduce payroll growth by around 10,000 per month on net through year end. Now, they don't discuss here in this Goldman Sachs thing, which I'm not really in the camp of oil scarcity in the U.S. either, but it's not a question of oil scarcity. It's a question of when you hit people's pockets for that oil for every week for gas. I mean, how much gas, how many times do you fill up your tank in a week? For a lot of you, it's probably what? Tank and a half, maybe? I know some of you are going to say, I go through a tank a month, but for people that commute every day, it's probably a tank to 3 tanks, depending upon what your job is. Those people are going to feel the pinch. There's no two ways about it. It's direct. It's like a direct right to the pocket. And you'll see people pass that along too. And the inflation is the bigger concern more than the unavailability of gas products. There's another shock here too that these guys aren't talking about, which is do we have shocks with goods not being I'm assuming some companies have backups now after COVID, but all the little doodad things that get made with distillates, and I think most of you know this, but I've never been fearful of gas or oil in terms of fuel. I'm always deathly afraid of lubricants and plastics, and that's really the stuff that sends us back. If you ever want to know like the difference between modern society and the wheel, it's lubricants. It's like plastics, lubricants, all the things that plastics, lubricants. Like if you look at a vehicle or a car, it's all the things that are in there that are not metal. Outside of gas, like you can use solar and electric and coal and this and that to fire shit. It's the other stuff, and there's not a lot of talk about that stuff going on right now. And that's where the real shock can come in for shortages, or even just the inflation. Hey, I've got PVC pipes here, but how many do I have? And if I'm going to be slowing down PVC pipe production, maybe we jack up the prices on PVC pipes. So you're like paying the extra money in the gas, you're paying the extra money in PVC pipes, or your little doodad chip. Maybe it's not the best chip. It's not like Premier out of Taiwan, but it's maybe it's made in Korea. Or tools. A lot of tools come from. If you don't know this, a lot of tools come out of South Korea. So all of those, like, hey, we got to make the plastic parts for the drill. You can't make the plastic part for the drill, so the drill goes up in price.
Germany's Weatherpool says we're facing massive security risks.
City comes out and they're saying today on Friday, fatigue sets in as
Mr. Weatherpool commenting at a G7 meeting.
Fatigue sets in as Middle East strikes keep markets on edge. There are signs of fatigue heading into the end of the week, with weak risk sentiment persisting as strikes in the Middle East continue. Reports that the U.S. may deploy an additional 10,000 troops to the region, together with the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz, are keeping crude prices elevated.
According to spokesperson for Cyprus's EU presidency, said that they hold a video call on Tuesday on Iran will impact on energy security.
Ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz are keeping crude prices elevated, weighing on equities and driving bearish moves across rates, especially in Japan. Ding, there's Japan. U.S. gains have been modest, with little follow-through despite breaks of key G10 levels. Looking ahead, the calendar is light, with only remarks from Barkin, Paulson, and Daly due later today. More job owning from the Fed, and likely to shift to broader narrative. Earlier, data was mixed, with the UK retail sales for February slightly above expectations and Spain's March HICP jumping,
to mitigate global economic shocks.
though a touch below consensus. In emerging markets, China's January-February industrial profits rose 15.2%, while Banks & Co. delivered a hawkish 25 cut on Thursday. I didn't know that 1,000 barrels per day. I don't know why. I didn't know it. Now I know. So I'm going to read something else here to you. It's called What's the Trade? This is from JPM. Immediately after yesterday's close, Trump announced another delay in the ceasefire deal from today to April 6th. Shocker. We already discussed that yesterday. I don't expect nothing until April 6th. Feuds went up after the announcement, but have been quickly reversing and is now in the red. The job owning is failing as investors now shift from full reactions to any of Trump's taco headlines to pricing in consensus views of a prolonged geopolitical conflict, and focusing on actual movements in military activities and the Strait.
Nasdaq hit lowest level in over 6 months, last down over 1% each.
The job owning is failing as investors are now shifting from full reactions to any of Trump's taco headlines to pricing in consensus views of prolonged geopolitical conflict and focusing on actual movements in military activities and the Strait for indicators. Hence the Wall Street Journal article overnight that the Pentagon is considering sending another 10,000 troops to the Middle East was not helpful for price action. Moreover, we are still facing lingering issues from tariffs as well. Ahead of the delayed Trump-Xi summit, China started trade investigations and is preparing for retaliation policies on Trump's sectoral tariffs investigations. And you've heard me say, too, in the past that this Iran thing is like a proxy war, right? It's more than, it's not Epstein. You got to this is a greater thing with a new AI economy, a war that's shaping up. A Cold War is already forming. If you can't see it, we are in World War III right now. We are literally the beginnings of World War III. You have a proxy war going on between Ukraine and Russia, and you have another proxy war going on in the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and China and the United States of America. And this should grow. So we have a summit between Xi and the U.S., and what would you do if you were China? You know, you've already got the U.S. extended in these two places, and then you're going to have a summit. You would what? You'd try to hurt the U.S., right, in this summit, or turn the screws at least as best you can. So ahead of the delayed Trump-Xi summit, China started trade investigations and is preparing for retaliation policies on Trump's sectoral tariff investigations. With all that in mind, J.P. Morgan's market intel desk warns that
Voice news disconnected.
With all that in mind, JPM's market intel desk traders warn that despite the delay in the ceasefire window, they still see meaningful headline risks around military actions and narrative shifts. I agree with that statement. I said over the weekend that you could still get headlines that are bad out of Asia, and you might even get an attack this weekend. It might not be troops in the ground, Marines, and 82nd Airborne, but whatever this final blow is, you could start this weekend just by more bombings. You could start with some heavier bombings of nuclear facilities, which we still have not done. You could even see limited, high-speed interactions where we're attacking a nuclear site, we're dropping troops in, and then exfiltrating them before the weekend is out. So even stuff like that could begin over this weekend. So we've got so just be key here. With all of that in mind, J.P. Morgan is saying, despite the delay in the ceasefire window, they still see meaningful headline risks around military actions and narrative shift. That's the headlines that are bad, right? Oh my God, this country is doing this now, and this country is doing that because of the disruption in oil and gas flows. Thoughts into the weekend. A few thoughts as we look towards what may be another action-packed weekend. Militaries. Number one, it seems that the strategy is escalate to de-escalate, but this may quickly morph into full-scale ground assault or a deal. While both the U.S. and Israel declare Iran an enemy that has been defeated, this is not without damage. The 13 U.S. military bases in the Middle East are effectively uninhabitable, with the Kuwait-based facility the worst hit. Before the war, there was an estimated 40 to 50,000 U.S. troops in region, which have now been dispersed across both the region and to Europe. There's actually 150,000 troops in the region, not 40 to 50. That's just who's been displaced. There was 200,000 there, and we don't know the actual numbers. They're not going to tell you publicly what the actual numbers are, nor the buildup. This complicates efforts, though, for a longer duration ground assault. Keep an eye on the status of the emergency $200 billion Department of War funding request. At current pace, this would fund the U.S. efforts into August or possibly September, which harkens to a longer, more protracted war. However, Trump maintains a 4 to 6 week time period. Today is day 27, and we just added another 10 days. So that's about, 5 weeks, 6 weeks? That takes us into that April Good Friday, Easter weekend. Who else jumps in? Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Lebanon have declared Iranian diplomats persona non grata, effectively halting diplomatic relations. Bloomberg reports that Turkey is urging Gulf states to not enter the war. Presumably, the fear is an U.S. versus the world mentality, that Iran would target all energy infrastructure plus desalination plants. On the Iranian side, the Houthis stand ready to block off the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which controls as much as 12% of the daily global oil flows, and would cut off the Red Sea Suez Canal access. And the Houthis came out late last night and began threatening the U.S. again late last night. The alternative route is going around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, adding maybe 2 weeks to a ship's journey, plus fuel, freight, and insurance costs. While Russia is actively delivering intelligence and potentially weaponry, there is no indication that troops or other equipment are being delivered. Separately, in 2021, China and Iran signed a 25-year strategic partnership, which is essentially an oil for military tech deal, but does not necessarily imply a military pact or a defense pact. In January, China, Iran, and Russia signed a trilateral strategic pact. Again, this is not a formal defense pact like NATO, but does solidify cooperation to counter the West. Deal to be done. There is a limited communication between the sides, but initial demands have exchanged. Danny Citrinowicz, former head of the Iran branch for Israel military intelligence, says that there are two alternatives. One, a nuclear-focused deal, or two, an all-out war. That said, Iran's present to Trump was allowing tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. It's possible that we could see traffic partially normalized to alleviate energy crisis, but a return to normalcy has been ruled out by Iran. The near-term fallout. When considering the impact of energy shortages, Natasha tells us Asia got hit first. Next will be Africa in early April. Then after that, Europe will feel these impacts. And by mid-April, the U.S. will be the last thought. The magnitude will be lower, though the magnitude will be lower. This occurs in a backdrop of price caps and rations across APAC. China has moved to cut exports of refined products, including jet fuel. China is Australia's largest jet fuel supplier. So I've already told you about the impacts of austerity in Asia and now, of course, affecting Australia. What you'll see is a lot of these countries will begin to not export fuels, distillates, derivatives, all these different inputs. There was previous chatter that the U.S. may halt crude and LNG exports, including to the EU, but that was dismissed by Trump. Yeah, I don't see the U.S. doing that. I see other countries doing that, but I think the U.S. would not do the austerity thing. Would probably print money, if I had to guess. Does the sentiment return if the conflict looks stretched beyond 6 weeks? What's the trade? So what's the trade from here for 6 weeks out? The most important part of this missive, but the most difficult, energy, commodities, and equities, is the only obvious long. Traditional defensive plays may work in the very near term, but HC remains at risk of losing the precedence to pharma. Staples are at risk margin compression. So that could be a core pairs trade, but in the event of an actual ceasefire, that trade will fail. So they're basically telling you, like I told you the other day, which was you're doing 30% here, and then you save some gunpowder or some dry powder for a decline to the 30s or 20s or zeros, and you wait and see 6 weeks down the road, and you keep adding if we're able to turn up and out of here. So even for all this doom and gloom, their idea here generally says, let's go look at this really quick. Or hold on here. Hang tight here. You know, for all the doom and gloom that's out there, what they're basically telling you is there's a lot of people trying to hide. And they're saying, don't bother hiding. You can get trapped in hiding. And like, if you look at the map, the heat map today, you can see the market hiding. You can see it in spec growth today. You can see it in utilities and a lot of recession type stocks. You could probably get away with a short-term trade in that, but JPM is saying, yeah, you just buy the dip here, you add down here, and you add down here, and eventually in the next 6 weeks, one way or another, we're going to scoot out of here. Now, you're a more deft trader than JPM. Your timelines are more than likely a lot different than JPM's. Not all of you. Some of you are smart traders. You don't care. You're just going to start loading the boat. So what's the trade? The most important part of this is this missive is but the most difficult. Traditional defensive plays may work in the very near term, but HC remains at risk of losing the precedence to pharma. So that could be a core pairs trade, but in the event of an actual ceasefire, that trade will fail. Tech is unlikely to be a safety haven if bond yields continue to spike. The long-term fallout, the multi-billion-dollar investments by Saudi Arabia and UAE using U.S. tech may be at risk. Hey, buddy. Politico reports that Gulf states are weeks away from having to repatriate U.S. investments, given their economies are cratering. We have seen the Saudis cancel part of the Nome mega project, the Nome mega project. For those interested in engineering, the Nome is one of the built-from-scratch cities similar to Dubai, which took about 20 years in concert with U.S.-based Bechtel. Another question is who becomes the leading protective force in the Middle East after the conclusion of this conflict? That's my big question. If I had like one big question, if I posit that this war has something to do with China, I'm not a believer in the nuclear deal, that this is about nuclear. I mean, I think it is about not arming Iran. Do you guys understand the idea that if Iran has a nuclear weapon, it's almost like it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. It means that that they can close the strait whenever they want to. If we go to war with China, they can close the strait. They can threaten the entire region with nuclear warheads. So I think that's part one of it, but part two is that strait remaining open for the flow of oil and gas in case we go to war. So it's not just nuke. It's like nukes, and it's also like, how do you get like Iran to be neutral at I guess best case scenario would be Iran to be neutral. We're not going to close it no matter what happens between Russia, China, U.S., and their allies. Something similar, like I would call it something similar to like maybe India, where India does a fairly good job of, oh, we're going to sell to the U.S. and we're going to sell to Russia, and we're going to try to stay in the middle of all of this and not exactly pick a side. And if you could get that kind of regime change and not have nuclear arms in Iran, it would be probably the full goal of the U.S. You can't just like You can't just like, I mean, the nukes are the biggest part, but then you start escalation with the East, and all of a sudden you got the Houthis acting up, and you've got Iran acting up, and before you know it, you got a glass parking lot, and you don't want that. You know what I mean? It's not just the nukes; it's the nukes and the stability of the flow of commodities. If a deal is done, another question becomes the leading protective force in the Middle East after the conclusion of this conflict. If a deal is done, the U.S. bases in shambles, does Iran attempt to force a Middle East defense pact? Or do we see China or Russia attempt to fill the gap? Yeah, I agree. Like, who fills the gap? Is it Saudi Arabia? I would be okay with them filling the gap. I would not be okay with Israel filling the gap personally. And they don't have an expeditionary force either. So you really kind of need it to be like either an arming of Saudi Arabia, maybe to make them an expeditionary force, or it's going to be the U.S., China, or Russia. And even then, Russia is not really an expeditionary force, and China is like iffy as an expeditionary force, iffy at best. And not only that, but just geographically, they don't have a lot of ocean. So I don't even know if China could do it. Markets are shifting into the next phase of the Iran crisis as President Trump extended negotiations periods before resuming strikes. The fast rush out of crowded trades is fading, and a slower risk-off pulse is taking over as traders accept a longer stretch of geopolitical uncertainty, higher energy costs, and a more stagflationary global backdrop. I'm in disagreement on this one point here, which is the fast rush out crowded trades are fading. I disagree with that. I think it's been a very easy like staircase down the entire time, and they're trying to change that narrative to you. I want to warn you here that we haven't seen shit when it comes to liquidation, and we'll go into like a secondary liquidation phase in this market, and it will be fucking ugly. Now this is JPM's trying to make the argument that this is from JPM, and they were already closed short. They've been closed for a week, I think. So their point is wait until the first of the month, wait until the new flows for the new quarter, and we don't see further liquidation down to 6,000, 620, 630, and all those other numbers. I tend to disagree with that, but we don't know yet. We'll wait and see until we come into the first week of April. If we reject these higher numbers. But I would be, if it was me, I would be positioned for the rejection on that return to the daily trigger or the hourly trigger to start selling aggressively to the downside. I think we're like quick there. We're quick on that. And the market's telling us that. It told us that on Wednesday into Thursday to be in a big time risk off type stance here. So that's JPM and what to do. They don't have a lot of options here for what to do over the weekend. I think they're if I had to decipher what they're saying here, there could be a short-term recessionary trade, but it could fall apart if there's a truce. So you can't like rely upon it for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. You could start getting long here and weather the storm down below if there does come. Have some dry powder available to DCA down there. And the other thing they're saying is don't do anything. Don't be short over the weekend. Wait for the new flow. Wait until like the 27th or 31st in the first week of April for Easter, and then start positioning for more downside risk. If we get up there between now and then, though, if you get on the daily trigger, I would be fucking hammer and sell. I will be. So just consider that depending upon where price is as we move over the next 2 weeks. What else do we have here? Escalation on all fronts as Iran says never requested U.S. energy strike pause. I agree with that. Iran doesn't have to do much here. Creative off-ramps needed as top Goldman trader warns you can't jawbone molecules. I agree with that. I'm not going to read that one to you, but Goldman traders are warning This warning sounds a lot like tariffs. We ain't buying it anymore. We want a map. We just want a roadmap. I think that's what the market's saying to you is the market needs a roadmap from the U.S. and they need clear goal or signposts and updates along the way. Like, this is what we're doing, and we're sticking to it. And as we do it, we're going to go, point A to point B, and when we get to point B, this is what we'll do at point B. If we make progress, we go here, and if we don't, we go there. And we don't have that right now. We have a lot of like, that's going to be 48 hours. That's 5 days. That's 10 days. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. And you're like looking around, you're going, where are all the troops at? And I haven't brought that up to you today, but they're like in the civilian like intel space, it's not hard to find out where these troop transports are. They're not even there yet. Like, this is all public knowledge. Like, when you're like, hey, we're sending all this stuff, you can kind of track where they are currently, and they're not ready. So it's harder to these days to say something and then and not have people know what's exactly going on, and then the job owning alongside it. And you can tell, like, as a civilian, you can tell, like, what does Iran know? They probably know that these are all empty threats right now. So they don't have to do a fucking thing right now. There are some bullish articles I've got in front of me that were past the doom. I disagree. I'm not going to read them to you. I'll post them for you in the Discord later on today. They're claiming this is market bottom still. Yeah, even though we're way down here, I disagree. At the moment, I disagree. I need to see improvement. NASDAQ breaks support. I think we're in the warning, fuck around and find out phase. We're just waiting for a sell on daily trigger, which is higher, but we should get it this week, next week. What else do we have here? And I think it's the escalation part of it. I would say if there was any, I'm reading through this right now. I would say if there's any, like, the only thing that I see that's not talked about is the money printer. I think that would be the bigger risk for turning around and heading higher. But I don't think we put the money printer on unless we're trading like 6,000 maybe. Under 6,000, 5,600, then the money printer would kick in. So yeah, I don't think you're going to get the money printer like right now. I don't think you're going to get an emergency cut right now. It's too early. Let me just read through some of this stuff. Yeah, I can't argue the case for this being the bottom right now. Was the moment we lost that support at on 50, was it 56 and 52 and 57? When we lost that, man, they were closing the door on us. In most of these situations, we like with an edge, like 90% of the time, that price action is telling you we're going to start crashing hard and heavy. It's an edge. It's an edge enough that you would take that side of the trade every time until proven wrong. What else? See if I can read. Let me check this really quick. Iran-linked hackers breach FBI director's personal email. Unusual, 2 Chinese vessels abort bid to pass Strait of Hormuz despite Iran's assurances of safe passage. Looks like the QE is already being used. Here we go. We got World Bank to provide financial aid to countries impacted by West Asia war. Yeah, baby. Print it. Eventually, we'll be printing it too. Gulf states tell U.S. ending the war is not enough. Iran's capabilities must be degraded. Agreed. U.S. could only confirm a third of Iran's missile arsenal destroyed. That's counter to what Trump has made statements on. Israel warns attacks in Iran will escalate and expand as Trump claims advances in ceasefire talks. More B-1 bombers arrive in the UK to put bomber force for Iran ops at 21. Operation Continue to Hammer. Saudi Arabia urging U.S. to keep up Iran attacks. Intelligence forces. I mean, we're already there. We might as well, right? We're fucking there. We're going to keep doing this. Like, this is insane. Insano. Just grinding sideways right now. If you wanted a place to sell, it's this half-hour trigger. If we can get up there, that half-hour trigger would be a nice little sell. I love selling that half-hour trigger. Ooh, that tea is good. That honey is good. I needed that. Pentagon conducts successful test of Dark Eagle hypersonic weapon. I wonder if we're going to launch a few of those. Dark Eagle. We're in extreme fear again, back to 16, but not as low as 15. More job owning by Barkin. I'm not going to read the stuff from Barkin. TSA got funded. That's good. I guess the our senators didn't want pictures of them posted vacationing. I saw that TMZ headline. Put this one up here. Hang tight here, guys. I've got my phones ringing. Let me just take a quick break here. This new squawker is on. Just give me a few minutes. I'm good. Just it's my baby daughter. Now 11:30. Remember, we're coming into 12 o'clock flows in the next 40 minutes or so. We'll wait and see what happens here at 12 p.m. Oh no, my ears are popping. Fuck me, dude. It's moving into my head.
Iran's Kundab heavy water research reactor targeted in air attack, according to officials speaking to Fars News. No casualties and no danger threatens residents in the area. So again, it's Iran's Kundab heavy water research reactor targeted in air attack, according to officials speaking to Fars News.
Another note here too. There's some other news here. The Times of India is reporting that two large Chinese-linked container ships made an abrupt U-turn near the Strait of Hormuz on Friday as Iran tightens its grip on one of the key passages for global shipping. Shipping tracking data shows CSCL Indian Ocean and CSCL Arctic Ocean, both linked to China's state-owned COSCO shipping, attempted to leave the Gulf in the early hours before turning back close to Iranian waters. The move came despite Tehran's recent assurances that vessels from foreign nations, including China, should be allowed to pass. That's not good. It implies that maybe they were warned off from the U.S. for potential strikes in the area.
According to Politico, US warns Iran war may delay Ukraine weapons shipments. So a reminder yesterday from the Washington Post, they had a headline that Pentagon considers diverting Ukraine military aid to the Middle East. But you had in the press conference from Trump and his administration saying that that's something that the US does all the time. But just being picked up here from the Politico with a bit more detail.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that gamma down there.
Warning nations that US weapons supplies to Ukraine may be interrupted in the coming months as the Pentagon prioritizes their use for the war in Iran.
I'm going to take
allies that deliveries of munitions, especially Patriot air defense interceptors, could get disrupted, according to 3 European officials familiar with the discussions. Rubio planned to speak about this with allies at the G7 foreign ministers meeting near Paris on Friday, according to 2 of the officials.
I'm going to take a look at the SPX gamma in the background. Woo. Like we are like firmly below 6600 now. You okay there, buddy?
Put out the article on the feed as well.
Come here, Jack. You right there, handsome? Oh, you need to go potty? And there's a big giant fuck you at 6600 now. We got to watch this half-hour trigger come up or come down. This half-hour trigger would be this would be the trigger to blast down to the downside.
Qatar Energy says it won't deliver 10 LNG cargoes for April to June. Edison says Qatar Energy extends force majeure until mid-June.
Yeah, we're deep in the money on one dates today. 64. We could potentially trade 6,400. We could sweep slightly lower. But it's so close. So we're trading right now 64.19. And there's a large gamma bar at 6,400. So even if we dip here, I would suspect it holds. Let me just look at two dates really quick. Man, two dates. 64.75 is becoming the top. Over the weekend, they're trying to turn this right here into a wall. Over the weekend, there's an attempt being made to do that. We could, if we see a drop down here, just let me show you this really quick. There's like a one date wall just underneath us here. So even if we make a leg down here, it's likely going to signal a bottom. Just a note to you, you shouldn't see the second down leg to roll. This is bottom. I think I'm fairly certain this is bottom.
Just keeping an eye on the dollar here. It's seeing some downside movement. S&P 500, a little bit of movement towards the upside. No headlines at the moment so far. Just wanted to see if there's anything that's coming through.
There's just a wall here. There's a big gamma wall here. Like just underneath, there's a giant ass gamma wall. But we're probably pinned into what did I say?
Just seeing here
64.50 today,
cautiously hopeful,
which is like right here. Okay, so we have like a one date somewhere down here wall. We have a wall that's lower. It's like right here.
That controls the nation.
So we could get just pinned in here, maybe down and then up pinned.
This reporter says that White House officials are cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations with Iran are making progress, according to sources familiar with the talks. So that could be the reason.
Just job owning.
A little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500, a little bit of downside on the dollar, and also a little bit of downside on WTI.
There is like a max pain above.
5 minutes time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Paulson and Fed's Daly speaking at the same event.
If you're trying to get long for the trade up into end of month and the first week of April, just note that don't expect to trade above 6,600. 6,600 should be the wall, like a massive put wall. 6,605 maybe. Man, this is crazy too. Net gamma's got I mean, this is fucked up. Like you can kind of let me show you a few things here. It's not fucked up. I shouldn't say it's fucked up, but just looking at the how gamma changes as we lost that level. Sorry for that loudness. Why is that so fucking loud? Sorry for that loudness. I apologize. Let's first look at this here. This is a gamma exposure, and on net, so we're currently trading 6,400. So this is net gamma, but this is where it gets fascinating. This is now holding itself, or now creating a support level here. And what's fascinating here is we get pinned underneath this. I think I told you this yesterday or the day before or something. I don't remember when, but you get pinned under 6,600, and this is 65.15 right here. This is, I believe this is 6,600 right here. So you get trapped in here, and these start building out. You know, we start building these things out. So they're like smash down here, and all of a sudden that becomes a support. And what we do is we, 1, 2, 3, all the way down here. And the roll off that's taking place on the end of month, this is becoming a wall, basically. All this in here is becoming a wall.
Extends gains, last up nearly 5% now.
What else we have here? Calls and puts Gex by strike. We've got 6,000. We're, of course, we got 6,000, and then we've got up here 7,000. We run the gamut here. We're currently somewhere right in the middle, right in here. Now notice how this isn't. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can see that. So we're parked like right here. Right in here. So we're like market supportive here. But, if we get stuck in here, we start hedging lower, right? Demand starts picking up at the end of the month down here. And these go away. So we can start making our way lower. On one date, if you want to look at this with me, here's one date.
1 minute ago now, to expect to get comments from
6432 is where we're trading right here.
Fed's daily is to be determined if she.
We're trading right here.
Opening remarks.
Maybe a little bit, but then a bunch of wall here. Bunch of we're kind of roped in here. So ping pong, right? It is fascinating here on this to see. This is 6,400. So even if you're bouncing down here, you're gonna hold at 6,400 and probably just get trapped in here. If that makes any sense. That's just under the daily low as of right now.
10 seconds.
To date. For 2 dates, currently we're trading 64.32, so we're stuck under here.
Fed's Paulson says no side labor market contributing to inflation. War has created new risks to inflation and growth. It's not possible to.
And we're stuck under 6475 over the weekend and on Monday.
Paulson says Fed has made notable progress bringing inflation down. Iran war creates risk for growth and inflation.
And so what that's
still too high, and inflation expectations are fragile.
What that's telling,
the labor market is driving inflation now.
Oh God, I gotta turn this fucking guy off.
Voice news.
I can't listen to the Fed job owning right now. So what this is telling you is this. This is telling you that any dips roughly right here, if we go right underneath that 6,400, we could magnet it, but this should hold. It also tells you that we're kind of pinned into no higher than right here for today. And when we come back on Monday, we're pinned in right here. So it all kind of lines up right now. 1 and 2 date gamma for Monday. So nothing's changed on expectations in terms of Gex on 1 and 2 date stuff. You would need a big shock to break under here and start smashing underneath that 6,400 level. Excuse me, 6400. We do have a gap to close above at 6475. That's the drop from yesterday, right at the closing bell. That's this drop right here. So if you wanted an argument for end of day, even to trade up here, it's somewhere up in here, either today or tomorrow or Monday. Cleaning up that gap. We're now going to raise it right here. We also have some more job owning from the White House. White House officials are cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations with Iran are making progress. A CBS reporter on X, citing sources that are familiar with the matter. Remember that we have 12 p.m. flows coming in right up here. Be some nice 12 p.m. flows. Maybe they'll try to swat it back down again. There's a gap to fill here at 642.88 and a gap to fill at 643.75. I'm going to read this to you here. I got a little bit more information now. No more information. Same thing that I read to you earlier. We're close to a minor rejection point, right where this first gap is, and this second gap right here. We could come up here and fight around a little bit, just like this. Smash up here. Back down, back up here, try to fight for this to get higher. There's a keynote speech from the Anna Paulson here. I don't have it on right now. I don't know if I want to listen to her talk. They do a lot of cover your own ass in these conversations where they speak out of both mouths, so you don't. There's nothing really to take away from these guys when they speak.
According to Fars news agency, quoting an official, Iran's Arak heavy water research reactors has been targeted. So far, there's been 3 areas that have been targeted. A Morabaka plant, hidden strikes being examined. And also Iran's Kondab heavy water research reactor was targeted in air attack. All from Fars News.
Yeah, I think we can strike We can strike these we haven't struck any of this nuclear power shit. We can do that over the weekend.
So now sources briefed on the matter, just reiterating what we've said from CBS. The Iranian response to the US peace proposal is expected later today, on Friday. Let's get a wider notation now.
I'm going to read the story to you that he just said. This is from CBS News. Iran's response to U.S. Peace proposal is expected on Friday. Sources say the Iranian response to the U.S. 15-point framework for a peace deal is expected on Friday. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told CBS News. President Trump and top White House officials have been told. Here, I'm just going to read it to you. Hold on here.
He's revealing how he.
Hold on here. Just going to play this for you in the background.
Turning now to the war in Iran and another sudden shift by President Trump. The president has now extended his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by 10 more days to April 6th. It happened just minutes after the close of trading Thursday when all three major stock markets suffered big losses. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House. Ed, good morning.
Vlad, good to see you. Happy Friday. With the war about to hit its fifth week, President Trump is feeling pressure, even from some in his own party.
I don't know if this is the right one. I'll read it to you if he doesn't mention it.
Revealing how he knows Iranian leaders are ready to talk.
They want to make a deal.
Insisting Iran is, quote, begging to bring an end to the war.
I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators.
President Trump rejected reports he's the one desperate to make a deal.
I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care.
The president said he's postponing attacks on Iran's infrastructure for 10 days at Iran's request.
They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible negotiator. They asked for 7, and I said, I'm going to give you 10.
But with Iran denying any direct
whether
talks
US made
and
any
mocking
requests,
the US
G7
as
regarding
negotiating
Hormuz,
with
says
yourself,
our objectives
Trump
are shared.
explained how he's confident progress is being made.
Can I reveal the present?
For the first time, he revealed that big, expensive gift from Iran was 10 oil tankers allowed through the Strait of Hormuz.
I said, well, I
Francis
guess we're dealing
Farrell
with the right
adds that
people.
once
He
peace
says the move
hostilities
proves the
is
people
over
he's
there,
talking to have
is
power to
over,
control
there will
the
be a
key shipping
system
corridor
of
Iran
escorts
has
for
effectively
tankers.
closed
Again,
off
once
for
peak
almost
of
a month.
hostilities is
Oil
over,
tanker
there will
traffic
be a
is
system
down
of
90 to
escorts for tankers.
95% since before the war. Economists now expect U.S. inflation to jump to more than 4% this year because of the conflict. Mortgage rates moved higher for the fourth straight
Gerard
week,
adding that
while mortgage
international mission will then be
applications
needed.
are down. Global oil prices are up more than 40%, and the American cost of gas is up by almost $1 per gallon in the last month.
Amid all that tough economic news, the president says he's not yet ready to roll back the federal gas tax, which
I'm not I don't know that this is the actual article. I think this might be just more fucking bullshit from CBS. I'm going to read the actual thing to you. The Iranian response to the U.S. 15-point framework for a peace deal is expected on Friday. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told CBS News. Trump and top White House officials have been told that Iran's counterproposal would likely arrive Friday via interlocutors. Excuse me. Two of the sources said at the time of publication, the response had not yet been received by intermediaries. White House officials are cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations are making progress. Two of the sources said. The U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said Thursday that the administration had presented Iran through Pakistan as intermediary a 15-point plan for a potential peace deal. A regional source told CBS News that Pakistan had direct contact with Iran's security establishment that controls the country, not just the foreign ministry. Mr. Trump said Thursday that a number of his top advisors are working on negotiations with Iran, including Rubio, Vance, and Witkoff, and his son-in-law Kushner. Rubio said Thursday that intermediary countries are passing messages and claimed that some concrete progress has been made. He pointed to a growing amount of energy flowing through the Strait of Hormuz as evidence of progress. Levitt said in a statement Friday, quote, "These are sensitive diplomatic discussions and the U.S. will not negotiate through the news media." As Trump and his negotiators explore this newfound possibility of diplomacy.
Industrial unit in Iraq targeted in airstrikes, now being cited by Tasnim News.
Operation Eric Fury continues unabated to achieve the military objectives laid out by the commander-in-chief in the Pentagon. So this is all still job owning. All still job owning that I can see. And then the other scary thing is like the 15-point plan. Now, we've heard some reaction to that plan from purported Iranian sources, but no names associated. So it could be a big, like, you know, it could be like a whipped cream pie to the face. The public response from Iran, they're not going to agree. We already know that, right? I don't see them agreeing. So Iran is due to respond today. I would assume that response comes just after market close. So we'll await it here. I don't know why, but in my head, all I keep thinking is they're going to use it to shit on the U.S. If I had to guess, there's no progress. It might even be like a meme. They don't have a lot going for them, so use memes. Excuse me. Sorry here. I need some water. Give me a few minutes here, guys. I'm going to pound some water here.
Trump will release full fiscal year 2027 budget request on April 3rd. According to IRNA News, Iran says there is no risk of radiation leak at Kondab site. Gilts arrays decline UK 10-year yield steady at around 4.97% versus earlier 5.1%. Iran's yellow cake factory in Adrakan bombed. No release of radioactive materials outside complex, according to Iranian media. According to state news agency, air attacks killed 2, injured 2 at Firozabad cement plant in southern Fars province. And that's according to state news agency IRNA. Just keep an eye on the dollar. So dollar yen hits 160 for the first time since July of 2024.
Just note that we're coming into 12 p.m. flows.
Attacks on different uranium areas in Iran. So we have the Iran's Yellow Cake facility. There was a recent one in Adarkhan had been bombed. No release of radioactive materials outside the complex. So
There is a small gap that needs filled down below here.
For the first time since 2024.
It's actually like right here.
According to Tasnim, Iran warns of attacks on steel plants in the Gulf and Israel. So again, Iran warns of attacks on steel plants in the Gulf and Israel. So dollar yen rising last up about 0.16% at about 160.06. Fed's Paulson says it's useful to consider different scenarios around the Iran war. Heads up, the ECB have released a speech from ECB Schnabel. Will pop around the feed for you shortly.
Yeah, I typed in soil. There's a few places. that deliver on the weekends. But otherwise, it's Monday.
So from the slides, you just have the highlights then. It says that the staff projections see low growth and high inflation due to the Iran war. This is kind of what's been said before, but just in the piece, the slides of what we're going to put out shortly to the feed. Fed's Paulson says impact of Iran war comes as inflation has been high.
Yeah, Paulson's been hawkish all morning.
Paulson says there's more risk of faster shift from oil prices into inflation expectations. We have put out eSpeech enables presentation slides on the feed for you to look at.
But you know what the problem is? That there's frost laws right now. That's why they're not delivering.
Fed's Paulson says risks that series of supply shocks drive up inflation. Paulson also adds the economy is not creating a lot of jobs right now.
What's up there, kiddo? Hi. How's your trip going to Florida?
Sees overwhelming support for Senate passed DHS bill.
What are you doing? Where are you? Cool. Where are you in Georgia? What city? Where's it called? East Point, Georgia.
Says House Democrat leader Jeffries speaking to reporters, seeing overwhelming support for Senate passed DHS bill.
Did you drive through the night? Did you drive through the night? Are you sleeping in, or are you taking the day to chill, or what? Okay.
Paulson from the Fed says low wage reduce concern.
One of Daddy's best friends lives near where you are. Joe. Yep. He lives right nearby.
About the economy says bending but not breaking is still how to view the job
Is
market.
it? He said it's nice and warm down there. Do you like it there or no? Hey, this gap is right here, guys. It's a little bit higher. It's like right here. I don't know if you can see it. See the gap right here? It's right here. It needs to be filled. Well, anyways, I was calling just to check in on you. Hold on.
Fed's Paulson says, to me, it feels like the job market is fragile. Adding that the job market does not feel robust.
Let's see if this holds here. This should hold. This is the basis of the trade over here. Let's go look at this. Sorry. It's right in here. Gap is now closed. Was there a little bit more? There's a little bit more gap. Sorry. I'm wrong. There's a little bit more gap down there. It's still open right now. It's open on SPX. Watch out for one more red bar straight down before we go up again. Just watch out. This should be one more red bar down here.
According to a Fox report on X saying US official tells me that Indian refiners have reportedly bought about 60 million barrels of Russian oil for April delivery.
What's the thing that you do? 99 bottles of beer in the wall, 99 bottles of beer. You take one down, you pass it around. We haven't done a road trip in like...
We're facing a massive energy price shock. Sasha was speaking in Zurich.
We haven't done a road trip in a long time. I don't know what road trip songs are, but I just texted my daughter 99 bottles of beer on the wall. See if she can remember those road trips. We haven't done road trips in a while. Not since we're in the depths of raising children. Let's watch this closely. The gap is now closed.
So just give some context to the India headline. You had just some context. Trump issued a 30-day waiver to allow Russian oil already at sea from March 12th and through April 11th, midnight DC, to be offloaded sanction-free.
Here, I'll show you guys something really quick here.
Feds Paulson says it's very valuable. That long.
So this was the high right here. We had to close this gap right here. You can't see it. This is SPX, by the way, just so you can see it. There's a gap right here that needs closed. They're closing it right now. Now, what I showed you earlier, too, was... Oh, sorry about that. There's a gamma wall right here, 0-date or a 1-date gamma wall. Uh, 2-date gamma has us going up here. But 1-date has us locked in here. So you've got the first approach right here. We get told no. We come back down here, close the gap. I would expect that we're going to go back up here potentially into, like 132 maybe and get over. But I don't see this gap closing. I think they suck you back down into the close whenever that. Or this timing is wrong, but you get here. Let me do it so I can. I'll explain it better here in a minute. Let me just draw it out for you. So this is Friday at 1600.
According to Axios,
Unless we get like headline or something like positive headline. Oh,
NHS funding on the floor.
hold on here. I'm like falling all over myself here. Hold on. So we're closing this gap right here. There's no trigger like headline risk, headline positive upside risk to get us above this zone here for today. So what you could end up seeing here is like they try to sell us down at 12, close the gap. Maybe we get into 130 this afternoon to the upside up here. And then sucked into this close over here.
Small Business Administration is opening up new loan guarantees for farmers.
And then this doesn't open until Monday. So
guarantee on loans.
it could be something like this up here for Monday.
Logistics industries.
Now there's your like 9 a.m. Like you can go up here and then you get like just roped and sucked in here. And that's the reason I was trying to say to you earlier, like even if you get a new low, like even if you blasted down here, let's say for a new low, I wouldn't expect it to break. I'd expect it to get sucked up. So if you're like looking for like puts to crash down here, probably not going to happen unless we had like headlines or something like that could trigger it. But otherwise, we're kind of like sucked in here and then like 1:30 in the afternoon. And then you get the, oh my God, we're going to crash over the weekend flow kind of stuff potentially. But it only takes you down in here, and then this gamma above this, like this door opens, so we get sucked up here. And if nothing happens over the weekend, nothing too doomish, we would start making our way higher up into the end of the quarter. But just be aware that we're
Axios, House Speaker Johnson is not planning vote on Senate.
The top line is that we're stuck in the middle here. There's no reason to close this gap today. Unless you have something with the headlines. Oh my God, Iran said they're open to all of them, but the ones we really want. So you just get like the initial maybe squeeze up, but you still need the headline to do it. There's nothing in the market to do that right now to send us up. So ping ponging in here seems appropriate. If you want to tag that, you can. So like just grind. They shouldn't let you out either. There should be like no let out. I don't think you do. I don't think we're going to do like any squeezing like this. I think it gets saved for after the bell. I think it's after the close today. And you should get some like dealer chasing negative flows, risk off into the weekend. Now, as far as like hedging the weekend for more down, I don't think that you can monetize it on Monday. I think that even if you get like, the doom in here and then maybe you get some bombings of nuclear facilities or thought to be nuclear development type stuff, but I think it'll suck right back up again into Monday. So you're not gonna be able to monetize those puts. I don't think. The market's not positioned for it, so the market is positioned for this to be bottom right now, and I assume this will last into the roll on the 31st, unless there's something we don't know. Just be aware of like the floating around in here, and you've only got till 1:30 to even get up here. They're gonna eventually at some point start pounding us down into the close, I would assume. So that's just a heads up onto where we are. Don't expect too much today. This is just so you can see it right here. This would be, sorry. Oh, wrong one. I don't know what that is.
Financial Times reports that the US has held talks with firms about...
They have like an ability to get up maybe to here, and then they suck you back down in here. And then you have a little bit of freedom to go higher into Monday. But even then, it's still sell flows. Like all this is still sell flows. So not this sell. This isn't sell flows, but they're going to try to sell you on this one. They're going to try to sell you on this one. I know that there's an argument here that it's. I'm reading two arguments this morning. One, that this is the bottom. And you should be loading for the summer here for 6 weeks out. I disagree. I think they're going to sell everything down. I completely. Well, I shouldn't say completely. If you could add here or or QuapX Friday, and save dry powder for new lows, but I think the horizon for that is much farther out in time. So, I still think they're going to sell us the fuck down, and I think it's going to start cascading at some point. It's going to get violent. I wouldn't be adding here. Even though there's like, I mean, I understand the point. Like, this is a good place to add, but just don't do all your powder. Do like 30% at most. They're arguing that we're going to trade sideways here, or the bullish argument is we'll trade sideways and pin this out until it resolves. I don't believe that. They shut the door on us on Wednesday and Thursday, so they're already telling you no, sorry. They'll give opportunities to squeeze up and out of there, but I think they're gonna sell everything down into mid to late April at least, and then maybe May too, potentially like first week of May or something. We haven't had capitulation yet. We're in the capitulation stage, but we haven't finished the capitulation stage yet. I gotta drink some more water here. What's this thing with soil? Freezing soil laws? Frozen soil laws? Must be because of the weight, maybe? Forces strict farm pollution rules after years. Okay. Frost laws, February to May. Legal axle weight up to 35. Okay, that's what it is. Weight restrictions. Okay. So it's just weight limits. We're still freezing here. It's like 30 degrees right now where I live. It's like one day it's like 70, and then the next day it's 30. Then it's like driving winds. We've had crazy windstorms here. We've had just a batshit crazy weather. We have like polar vortex, and then the heat thing, the rest of the country abutting each other. And our winter sucked here this winter. It was brutal. It was as brutal as the first year I moved here. It was bad.
IRGC warns US links
Makes you not want to live in the Midwest. Winters like this.
and heavy industry in the region to evacuate their workplaces, according to Iranian media.
Looks like we're opening up money train already for farmers. SBA is opening up loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers. So we already got the QE kicking in. There's QE kicking in around the world, and there's some QE it's QE light kicking in already in anticipation of higher pricing. Right now, it's not good QE. It's guaranteed loans. Those are dangerous. I never like seeing loans. I think I was with Jerome on that. There was a Senate hearing in COVID about Main Street loans.
Russia may introduce a ban on gasoline exports for producers from April the 1st, according to TASS.
and no one was qualifying for them unless they were a very large company. And the Senate was demanding.
And US Secretary of State Rubio told their G7 counterparts that Iran war should end in a matter of weeks.
Was demanding that we give Main Street loans to small and medium-sized businesses.
Did not ask a G7 to contribute ships to clear the Strait of Hormuz now, but asked them to prepare for a post-war role, again, according to 3 people.
And Jerome, point blank, he was getting grilled on it, like hammered. And he just like looked up and he was like, look, he's like, you should just make them grants and just give the money away free. What you're doing is you're setting up these small businesses to take the money to float them and then not be able to pay it back post COVID and fucking implode. He was like, you just give them the money, which I was in agreement with at the time. I was like, what are you going to do? Like, just setting these people up for failure. As a matter of fact, I think most of you have seen some of these companies go bankrupt anyways years later. They weren't able to survive anyways. Like restaurants and stuff, like Main Street type companies didn't make it anyways. Now we do have Trump giving remarks at farmers at the White House. When it comes on, I'll play it for you. So just a heads up that Trump is going to come out and pump up that he's going to save farmers across America. And hang tight here. Let me just read this. There's a bunch of stuff coming across the wire right now. So White House, hold on. I got to go scroll even deeper down here. Hold on here. The SBA is offering a 90% grocery guarantee on loans for small businesses in the agricultural and logistics industries. Farmers and food suppliers, 90% guaranteed loan. The U.S. is in talks to remove offshore wind leases in the face of this Iran stuff. Iran's IRGC warns U.S.-linked and Israeli-allied industrial companies and heavy industries in the region to evacuate workplaces. I think BAE or Lockheed Martin has employees in Israel, and they leaked their personal data yesterday, the day before, and they warned all those people to leave the country in Israel. We're getting new warnings right at this moment for any U.S. linked or Israeli allied industrial companies and heavy industries in the region to evacuate the workplaces. If you're watching this show, I know we have some of you out there. There's a few of you that I know are over there watching the show. Be careful, please. Market not reacting well to that data information coming across the wire just now. I'll have that Trump speech up here in just a minute. Maybe that could mark a low. I don't know where 6,400 is down here. I can find out. Hold on. Let me look at it. I think I can find out roughly where it is. It's 9:30 on the 2nd of September. Oof. Oof. 9:30. Yeah, it's slightly lower. It's right where we are. It's so fucking close to where we are. It's negligible.
ECB Schnabel says there is no need to rush into action.
Not going anywhere right now.
Says we have time to analyze data.
Pounding into buyers right now from this morning. Buy flows at 10, sell flows at 12. Risk off in New York cash. No new intraday low. Just watch these flows here at 12:30, see if they're done or not. No relief for buyers here. If they reject this right here, we could at least make a new low. $37.5 right here. We'll watch this closely. See if it can recover.
Says the UN has established a task force to create new mechanism for Strait of Hormuz to facilitate fertilizer trade and movement of related raw materials.
Says this speech is at 12:30, but it's not happening as of yet. I'm just parked right now waiting for Trump. Market not moving at all. Of course, Trump is late. Again. Well, let me see if I can find him anywhere else. Maybe there's another Trump stream somewhere. Ugh. I don't see him. Should be out. I think it should be on the White House lawn, but I'm not positive. I see a bunch of like fake streams. Oh, there's one right here. This looks right. No, it's all it is right now is it's like I guess he's gonna speak from the top of the the White House or something like that. Like the emperor or something. Kid you not. He's got like a lectern up on top of the White House. Fucking Rome. So fucking crass. No wonder it's late. He's got like, there's like nobody up there either. There's no reporters. It's like it's far distance from like where the camera's like shaking. It's not like he's walking out onto the lawn and there's reporters there. It's just him alone. I kid you not. No questions. Thank you. Bye-bye. War's going good. Free money, baby. Get your free money while you can. So terrible. So we're gonna announce some QE for some QE light for the farmers out there and the food producers. Oh, Live Fox Now is asking, do you think President Trump will be on time today? No. I just answered it. No. No, he's already late. It's 12:36. He's 6 minutes late. We're just parked waiting for Trump now. Market bleeding, waiting for Trump on a Friday afternoon. Meta down 3.6% right now. Amazon was holding on to their trend. They just broke it. All of Mag 7's been breaking their trends. Apple is at minus 0.39, minus 3.39 right now. Tesla down 2 and almost 2.23. Energy cranking green right now. Utilities cranking green right now. Non-durables cranking right now. Energies, minerals pumping. CVX, XOM, those kind of companies. Just waiting. Trump. We have a new daily low just then. New intraday low on SPY. Market in general is bleeding right now. Give me 1 second here, guys, while we wait. I gotta get some nutrition in me, some soup here. So I gotta eat some soup in the background. Just a few minutes here. It looks like it's gonna be. It says it's gonna start here in just a minute. I still don't see Trump though. See if we can get this thing rolling here, and looks like we're getting closer. I appreciate it. I really needed it. Thank you. New intraday low.
Rubio says Zelensky's comments on Thursday about supposed U.S. demands for Ukrainian concessions were a lie,
Still not seeing Trump.
adding that aid to Ukraine is not contingent on giving up Donbass.
Oh yeah.
Zelensky was also told security guarantees come only after there is an end to the war.
I'm gonna be eating here in the background, so I apologize.
Rubio says we can achieve our goals in Iran without any ground troops. ECB Schnabel says we'll do what's needed to ensure price stability.
Wait a minute, we get some movement here.
So heads up, Trump is now arriving to the podium.
We have some people showing up right now.
So he's supposed to be speaking to farmers.
Still got music going here. Still no Trump.
It's a reminder earlier on you had from the White House official that the Small Business Administration is opening up new loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers. House GOP plans vote on 8-week stopgap on DHS funding. Quinter reports here that the Royal Navy has been authorized to step up hostile action against the Russian shadow fleet in the waters of the UK, including the English Channel, with UK's PM Starmer ordering warships, commandos, and law enforcement personnel to stop and board tankers suspected of evading sanctions imposed on Russia since the invasion of the UK.
Here he is. He's coming up right now. Just a heads up.
According to Navy Lookout.
Sorry it sounds so, hang tight. Let me see if I can get...
Biden would have done that? No, he wouldn't have done. We're delighted to be joined by Secretary of Agriculture, who's doing a fantastic job.
HB Snowball says no central
Rollins.
bank wants to repeat 2022 experience.
Secretary of Health and Human Services,
I'm going to turn this down in the back a little bit.
Bobby. EPA Administrator is doing such an incredible job. He's getting those costs down for you, and he's always protecting the environment, but he does it quickly. A real superstar, Lee Zeldin. Thank you, Lee. Great job. and someone everyone loves, and they love in particular the job she's doing. Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thank you very much. Thanks as well to John Hoven, Joni Ertz, Pete Ricketts, along with the chairman of the House Agricultural Committee, G.T. Thompson, and I tell you, they're fantastic.
Rubio says
people.
there isn't
They
a
are
naval
warriors.
blockade surrounding
And
Cuba. The reason for blackouts
Jim
is old
Baird,
equipment that has not been
Randy
maintained.
Feenstra, Monica De La Cruz, Brad Finstad, Michelle Fishback, Mark Messmer, Victoria Sparts, Frank Lucas, Tracy Mann, Zach Nunn, Adrian Smith, and Derek Van Orden. They're all out here. They want your votes desperately, desperately. They're only here for your vote, you know that. But they're here because actually they did a great job. Those were people that were the most, I would say, the most aggressive for the farmer, which is what we want. Other than me, they were right in there. I was more aggressive than any of them.
What do you mean aggressive for the farmer, dude? Like, how about just open the fucking Strait of Hormuz, bro? We don't need to fucking give loans to fucking farmers, man. Come on, bro.
Great to meet you at the Oval Office 2 minutes ago. I also want to thank the president of the American
Rubio
Farm
says we're
Bureau
waiting for further
Federation,
clarification on
Zippy
who will be
Duval. I've known
talking
Zippy
to
for a long
on
time.
Iran negotiations.
Zippy's
And
been
we're
with me
waiting for
right
further
from the
clarification
beginning,
on
right,
who we
Zippy?
will be talking to
From day
on
one, he
Iran
liked Trump. He
negotiations.
said, well, I don't know, but I just had a good meeting with him.
Germany's Chancellor Scholz says we're trying to influence Israel, but with limited
And very
success.
special thanks to the proud young parents of two beloved American institutions, Future Farmers of America and 4-H.
Israel military say they have struck the heavy water plant in Arak in central Iran a short while ago. So just confirming
Before
what was
disastrous
reported
years
by
before I
Iranian
took
news
office,
media,
Sleepy
the
Joe Biden and
Israelis,
the
Israeli
Democrats
military
in
saying
Congress
it struck the
crushed
heavy water
America's
plant in Arak
farmers
in
with the
central
worst
Iran
inflation in
a
the
short
history
while
of our
ago.
were going through the roof. So bad. It was so bad what they had done to our country. And by the way, in so many other ways too, borders and everything else. But they crippled the American agriculture industry with brutal restrictions and failed to negotiate even a single new trade deal.
Rubio says we had exchange of messages and indications from the Iranian system about a willingness to talk about certain things. Also, from Rubio, he says we expect a response from Iran today or tomorrow.
Just a note here that the statement earlier that we'd get a response from Iran today is no longer guaranteed. It could come even tomorrow.
Has soared by 20%.
Rubio says that Iranian tolling on the Strait of Hormuz would
repealed
not
the
be
Biden
acceptable.
EPA's ridiculous water restrictions. You had water restrictions that gave you everything but water. Yet it needed a little water. They wouldn't give you it. It was crazy. To keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your pockets. It's a big deal. With the help of Republicans in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. Already 45% of filers.
I think he just praised the Bundys.
Refund so far of almost $5,000.
Also, Rubio says we did not ask NATO or any other party to join the war with Iran.
It's amazing what's happened. The numbers are, they're reporting that it's much more money than I thought.
Rubio says nations that will be most impacted by tolling should do something. I received a good reception on that.
Especially in terms of your tax refunds and your taxes, because it's the lowest tax we pay. It's the biggest tax reduction in the history of our country. It's also the biggest regulation reduction in the history of our country, which as farmers, you know what that means. It means a lot of good things. We made the small business tax deduction permanent, benefiting 98% of America's farmers and ranchers. And thanks to bonus depreciation, farmers can now deduct 100% of the cost of new tractors and all equipment in the first year. In other words, you buy a
Speech
tractor,
Naval
you
says
deduct
we
the
shouldn't
whole price.
overreact to the current
Normally
situation.
it goes over a 38-year period. This is slightly better. You got these tiny little deductions that weren't even worth it. Now you can do it at one time. Only Trump could have gotten you that one. That was a big thing. And in the first term, you know, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term. We are blowing
Trump
them
says
away
we're doing
right
really
now.
well
And by the
in
way,
Iran.
we're doing really well in Iran, just so you understand.
Here we go, some Iran stuff.
How good is our military?
Iran.
How good is our military? Very importantly, we saved 2 million American farms from extinction by virtually ending the unfair estate
Germany's
tax.
Chancellor
We've
Merz
ended the
says if
estate
there is
tax,
international
or,
mandate
as they
after
call it,
Iran
the
won
death tax,
parliamentary
and you can
approval,
now keep your family
there
farms
could
in
be
the
help, for
family.
example, with mine
We had
clearance.
a problem. See, these are all people that are clapping that love their children. If they didn't love their children, they wouldn't care about what I just said. But most of you, does anybody not love your child? Because that would be the one person that would have clapped the other way. No, it's a big thing. I would see farmers, and they pass away. They love their life. They love this. There's something about a farmer, maybe more than anybody else. They love that. They love the soil, and they love their farms. And they'd pass away, and they'd have wonderful children, and the children would get hit with this massive tax bill for the value of the farm. Sometimes the farm is very valuable, but the cash
10 minutes ago,
isn't
now
so
to give Becky his
readily
total
available.
recount forecast
And they'd go out to a
554,
bank and they'd borrow
prior
money and they'd
552,
borrow and
oil
borrow
recount
and borrow
prior
to pay the tax.
414.
They'd be working for 20 years to pay it off. If they had a bad season, they'd lose their farm. We lost it,
See
lost
here,
it many, many
FBI
times.
confirms hackers
And you'd have
targeted
actually
FBI
many, many
directors Patel's
suicides
emails.
over it. They
So
would
pro-Iran
actually
group
commit
takes credit for
suicide
compromising Patel's
because
account.
they couldn't stand the concept of losing their family
FBI just
farm.
saying information is
And I
historical
ended
nature,
the
no
death
government
tax
data.
or the estate tax on family farms and small
U.S. Secretary of State
businesses. So
Rubio
I
says
think
sanctions
you're
relief on Russian
appreciative
crude
of
is not
that.
a permanent
It was a
policy
terrible
for the
thing.
U.S.
It's too bad that so many people in the past couldn't have taken advantage of it because it would have made a lot of happy people out of people that really have had a miserable life. When they lose their farm, they're never the same. They're never the same. And I hope our farmers never forget that every single Democrat in Congress voted against all of the provisions I just mentioned, including the estate tax. And Republicans, all of these Republicans have stood strong and fought hard and gotten it. But the Democrats voted against every single provision that I just mentioned, including the tax reductions and including, frankly, the estate tax. But we delivered. The Republicans delivered for the farmers, and it was not easy because the opposition to farmers by Democrats is very strong. Thanks to our
Merz
trade
says
deals,
German
we're now
contribution
sending
in
over
resolving
$40
crisis
billion
is an
in
option.
American soybeans to China. I want to thank President Xi of China because we had a deal at 20, and I said, could you do me a favor? It's a big place. Could you double it? And he said, what are you talking about? I said, could you make it 40 instead of 20? And he overrode all of his people. He said, all right, I'll do it. And you got 40 instead of 20. So now you go out and buy bigger tractors. What can I tell you? Remember when that was announced, everybody was
Trump
surprised?
repeats that the U.S.
Everybody
resumed
thought it was gonna be
soybean flow
20.
to China.
It was very good. But the American soybeans are now being shipped to China in record amounts, and we expanded markets for American beef, dairy products, biofuels across Asia, Europe, South America, like we've never had before. Our farmers and agricultural producers do not want handouts. They really don't. The farmers come to my office a lot, and they just, sir, please just give us a level playing field. Others want more than that. They want everything. The farmers want a level playing field, and I talk about it all.
Market's not having anything to do with this.
Last 4 years before this one, before our great first year, we have records in so many categories, but during the past
That concludes
administration,
remarks from
you
U.S.
were
Secretary
treated
of State Rubio.
really badly, and you were treated badly by the world because you had nobody that cared about defending you. But you want that fair shot and a level playing field, and I'm giving that to you, and I think I'm actually giving you much better than a level playing field. I'm giving you a field that goes like this.
Just a heads up here that earlier it was stated that we would get a response from Iran today. Rubio saying maybe it'll be today, maybe it'll be tomorrow. And if they don't respond, they'll be held to pay.
From the tariffs. And as I said, we gave you $12 billion in farm relief, and that happened just recently because you were hurt by certain countries unfairly. And I said you were unfairly hurt, and we gave you $12 billion, and that made up for it. I'm also asking Congress to quickly pass the new farm bill, and today I'm promising to request additional farm relief for our great patriots in the next funding bill. So we have you taken care of in both instances.
Trump
and
says
we're
that
pushing
I'm
very hard
requesting
for the new
additional farm relief for farmers.
The Democrats fight us. I don't know what's the Democrats fight us on farm bills, and they always have. They are not your natural politician. Any farmer that votes for a Democrat is crazy. They are brutal on the farmers. One of the Americans benefiting from our policies and new market access is Joel Vyrek, a fourth-generation farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. Joel, he really has a great story to tell. Please, Joel, come up and tell that story.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak today and for having this event and inviting us all here. I'm a vegetable farmer from Woolwich Township, New Jersey. We farm a few hundred acres where we specialize in Jersey fresh tomatoes.
The Trump will request additional farm relief in next funding bill.
Also,
5 minutes ago, to get the Baker Hughes data, Baker Hughes total recount forecast 554, prior 552. Oil recount prior 414.
To crop insurance, and it's vital to the USDA and the farm credit system. Also, we appreciate the bridge payments, your policy on trade, everything. It's going to help strengthen what we do. So I just want to thank you again for just everything you're doing to make America great again.
You know, while I'm up here, I'm looking around. I love construction. You see all those nice Caterpillars and John Deeres. We have a lot of John Deeres. That's a big dig. And we're building a ballroom for 150 years. They've wanted, every president said, could we have a ballroom, please? A room where you could have a lot of people. So when the president of China, France, when somebody comes over from the UK, including the king, we have the king coming over very shortly, and King Charles. So we can have like a large room, because the White House is incredible, but it never had a ballroom. And we're building, that'll be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world when it's completed. And I'm just looking at the construction. In fact, if you don't mind, I'll walk over there and look for a little while. Then I'll come back and I'll continue to speak.
Just say...
I love building beautiful things. But you're going to have something very, really tremendously. And thank you, Joel. And every day we're looking for new ways to support our farmers, reduce your costs, and to help lower the price of food for the American family. Last month, we issued a major new rule declaring that farmers have a right to repair your own equipment. Can you believe that one? And that action will save the typical farmer up to $30,000 on major repairs. I mean, I heard about this. I said, you got to be kidding. You don't have the right to fix. These guys can fix anything, but you didn't have the right to fix your own equipment. We ended that rather quickly, and now you do. And I did another thing, and I'll explain it in a second, because we had a ridiculous Washington restriction called the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. Do you know about that? It was a basic disaster. Today, we're announcing new guidelines drastically limiting these ridiculous
Trump says we're announcing new guidelines on diesel,
saving farmers and consumers billions and billions of dollars.
Just going to cut in here for a minute.
I was in Iowa recently. I met a man who was the chairman.
Keep an eye on some of these farm stocks, agriculture stocks. There's a nice little bull flag on DE. You can also be watching AGCO, ALG, CTVA, NTR, MOS, ADM, FPI, all those kind of like farm ag stocks. Keep an eye on them in the background as Trump continues on with this pump of the farmers.
Today, you spend 50% of your time fixing the environmental impact statement garbage that's on the tractor. In fact, I buy a lot of things that having to do with farm equipment where I own clubs and other things.
Yeah, or they like DE's catching a bid right now. They got a nice gap to close above.
Have any 10-year-old equipment that hasn't been used yet? And whenever they had it, I would buy it because it was much better than the new stuff, which has so much environmental nonsense on it that it ends up costing thousands of dollars more to produce, and it doesn't work well. Too complicated. And then you'll get somebody that is a farm worker, and he's looking at heavy computerized environmental equipment, and you have where the tractor will turn off if the environmental equipment isn't working. It was an automatic turn off. It did absolutely nothing for the environment.
Keep your eyes on John Deere here.
$8,000 a machine. And to save fuel, many of you are working over massive deposits of fuel. To save a quarter of a glass of fuel, this much, just a little bit, they'll have 2 extra computers in it that never worked. And I said to the head of John Deere, is this a good thing or a bad thing? He said, sir, you have no idea.
You're not talking about John Deere.
It's made our tractors so complicated. You need a major degree from MIT in order to turn on a tractor. We want to go back to the old way, sir. And I said, I agree with you 100%. And we are working very hard and very quickly to get rid of the horrible chains placed on tractor suppliers. That's a beautiful tractor. That's a gold tractor. Somebody had me in mind. What's that all about? That's a hell of a tractor.
The Israeli military says it struck a uranium extraction facility all located in Yazd in central Iran.
You know, the thing that's rough about this here is
Lee, I think we can say, I know you're in the process.
not rough, but
Total recount 543.
this is 2 p.m. in here.
Forecast of 554.
To be put
It's
on
where
your
the oil
tractors
rigs.
and all of your trucks. That costs you a fortune. And I know that they're going to do.
I don't know how much longer he's got to chat here. Market not liking this speech here.
I want you to lower the cost. And if they don't lower the cost, you'll let me know, and I'll have to do a big number.
There's a lot of bullshit in here. No offense to Trump at all in this, but
A bigger, better tractor at substantially less money. It's going to be better. It's going to be a better tractor at
Oil rig count
substantially less money.
409,
It's going to be more
409.
reliable. It's not going to be turning off every 15 seconds because a computer went haywire.
rather than like a rally cry, it's
The US is close to holding serious talks with Iran. Coming from Axios.
I want all of them. Got a lot of Caterpillars in there. All of
the speech is more like, hey, this is awesome, rather than it sucks. We have to give you loans and all that kind of stuff, and let's get together, farmers in America against Iran or something like that.
And Lee, when you do this, I really want you to mandate to the companies to
Farmers don't want to take loans because of the war.
a spread of
It's the same thing earlier.
$7,000 a machine.
Even if they're guaranteed, it puts a farmer in the hole.
Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. I think it's going to be a great thing. We're working on it very hard. So Americans love our farmers, and to make it easier for consumers to choose products raised by ranchers like Michael, we recently announced a brand new food label. It's
I don't think this assuages fears of farmers.
product of the USA. We have another one called Made in the
If
USA.
they gave him grants, I think it would be good, but the loans are always bad. You ask any farmer or rancher,
When Americans
paying back a loan sucks. It's like living and dying by them.
harvested and processed by the greatest farmers and ranchers anywhere on the face of the earth. You are the greatest. Nobody even close. Just like we have the greatest military, we have the greatest, most powerful military in the world by far. We have the greatest farmers also. Thanks. And thanks to your hard work and incredible productivity, we're slashing the prices of key staples for American families. The cost of cheese, butter, potatoes, and fruit, many, many other products is lower today than when I
ECB
took
Schnabel
office.
says the ECB
Eggs
is
are
monitoring
down, as an
inflation
example,
expectations and the price
60%
setting.
from when I took office. And we have others coming down, and beef is starting to come down. Beef was an amazing thing. I was told by Brooke, I said, I don't really believe it. They wanted to have less cattle in the country for environmental reasons. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what that means? Can you believe it? Who would think of this? These are sick people. No, they want less cattle for environmental reasons.
No, that's not true. Like, eggs are going back up again. Like, not, what he's saying right now is false.
And that's what happened. And these
All of those commodities have bounced and are heading higher right now for the year.
They were mandated. They were restricted for that reason. These people are crazy. But anyway, we got rid of that one, too. That was an easy one.
We've bottomed in food prices, and this doesn't help.
If I said this 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, people wouldn't even believe what I'm saying. It's like men playing in women's sports. Would you believe we have an argument over that? Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see the weightlifting record? It stood for 19 years. Women, great women athletes, they get up there. And then a man came along who happened to transition, and the record was broken by 119 pounds. And he was a bad weightlifter. It's true. He was a failed male weightlifter. He shattered the record. I would say that's not good. So we're bringing all that back to normalcy, too. And look what happened at the Olympics.
Thanks for my ice water.
The heads of the Olympics just announced there will be no men playing in women's sports. Who else could have done that?
I'm just going to turn him down whenever he goes into the politicking stuff. I'll try not to play him. I mean, I know some of you guys like this, some of you guys don't. I don't like it on the show. I'm just trying to hear what he's saying that's relative to markets right here.
And just as I promised in the campaign, I'm seeking congressional action to allow E15 all year round, okay? And I'm trusting Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune, they're two good men. I'm trusting them to find a deal that works for farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. And they're going to send me a bill, and we should be able to get that done. We've worked with the refiners before, and we're going to get that done. Today, I'm also announcing a dramatic update to the renewable fuel standards for 2026 and 2027. A big problem. What they've done to you is, and the country, what they've done to the country is just incredible. The environmentalists, I mean, they are terrorists. They were terrorists. I call them the environmental terrorists, and will now be requiring the highest volumes of renewable fuels in history. These new standards will generate over $10 billion of rural economic benefit, create an estimated 100,000 new jobs, and massively increase our nation's energy supply. It'll come right out of the farms. In addition, to help bring down grocery costs even more, today I'm pleased to announce that the Small Business Administration, that's Kelly, is opening up massive new loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers, including vegetable farmers, grain farmers.
I think he's wearing a vest here.
Cattle, pig, and poultry producers, grocery wholesalers.
Market squeezing again.
In the industry, Kelly, you better get ready. You're going to be inundated, right? It's the first
The
time
US signals to its allies that there is no immediate plans for an Iran invasion.
And you know, when they say she's the head of small business, when you add it all up, it's got
The U.S. just said there's no immediate plans for a full invasion. So there are plans for an invasion, just not immediately.
Did I hear Minnesota? What's going on in Minnesota with that crazy governor, that crooked, corrupt governor? How about the Attorney General? Do you think he's a dirty cop? You think he's a dirty cop?
Man, this market's just looking for anything right now. The squeeze completely erased, or halfway erased right now. That's actually a bad headline if you don't know. It's not a good headline. That's a headline that's saying that we have plans for a full invasion.
Like the worst country in the world.
Just not immediately.
Come over here. And they steal $19 billion. We'll get it straightened out.
The market's looking for anything. It can anything.
A new division. It's called the fraud division. You know, if we straightened out half the fraud that took place in this country over the years, we'd have not only a
If
balanced
is
budget, we'd
updated,
have a
Trump
big
is still
surplus. So
speaking,
we're
just
gonna
currently
get it
speaking
done.
about renewable
We're gonna
fuel
get it
standards, as well as
But from Minnesota
loan
to
guarantees for
Mississippi, we're
farmers,
lifting
things like
up
that.
our
I'll
hardworking
let you know if he
farmers
says anything
and
related
ranchers
to
and growers,
policy.
and we're putting more money in American pockets. We're going to prove that the golden age of American agriculture is right here and right now. And I want to ask, just if you would you come up and say something? Because I'll tell you what, come on over here. This is a great farmer. Would you just tell your quick story, please?
All right, this is a farmer. It's not anybody important. Not that they aren't important, but you know what I mean.
I operate my family's ranch in West.
This is all job owning still for farmers.
And the work that you guys have done, it's unexplainable how big it is for the American.
I'm going to turn this down. This is garbage.
Worry about the death tax. It's astounding what you guys have done. It's absolutely spectacular.
No impact on stock market. I'm just going to mute it for a minute. All right, that guy's gone.
Who the hell he was? He's standing up. You know, he's standing. We went through one, and I said, there's another guy, but they don't have anything about. But you did it. It's an extremely good job you did, huh? Wow. Thank you very much. I do want to say, do you mind if I step over here and just look at that tractor for a second? Because I assume it's a gift to me.
U.S. Secretary of State Rubio claimed that the U.S. is close to holding serious talks with Iran. That's via Axios.
That is really something. Thank you very much for the gift.
Israeli military has struck a uranium extraction facility from ore located in Yazdi, central Iran.
We're not allowed to accept. No, but that's a beautiful machine. We make the greatest machines. That's a beautiful, beautiful machine.
You already heard about the new guidelines on diesel fuel, probably in relation to the war in Iran. You'll be able to run it however you want, probably.
And we've talked about it. My wife's actually said, you know, Brooke could be an executive anyway. That doesn't mean you're leaving, okay? But when I had a chance, I said, what about Department of Agriculture? I had no idea that she has like a PhD in agriculture. She went to school on agriculture. I would have put her there even if she didn't. But she's so highly trained, and she loves it, and she loves the farmers just like I do, and ranchers and everybody else having to do with this very special world that you live in. And Brooke has really been...
We're just creeping down to 6,400 right now. Just keep it, if you're at home with more than one screen, just snap a line on 6,400. Just getting sucked down into these puts on 6,400.
First thing I want to say is when we had that unexpected conversation about this job.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
November 21st of 2024.
I got a lozenge in right now. It's cooling my throat.
For yourself, but then God and Donald Trump redirect your plan. 1 year in, I can't tell you.
All right. That's all job owning, or not job owning, but political stumping. I don't know who she is. She's got nothing to do with the stock market. No offense to her either. As soon as she's done, I'll put him back on again.
ECB Schnabel says the scale of the fiscal response will be important.
We are coming into some supply right now on VIX 9-day, but it looks fucking bullish as fuck right now. It really wants to break out over the weekend. There's supply above VIX 9-day at like 30.70, 31.88, but it's climbing right now. Be careful of a bloodbath.
France's Finance Minister Lescure says energy aid will not require a new budget.
The market does not look like it's buying this conversation from Trump here, or no real true progress. Market's starting to not care about like a few moments ago we had a headline saying that they were like it's like a speaking out of two sides of your mouth.
In Paris.
There is a nice upside trade forming right now. Sorry, the speaker is like the speaker that's on right now. Not worth listening to. There is something fascinating here. There's like a trade setting up to bloodbath, but there's also a squeeze forming to trade like 650. Pretty good trade. We would need to, if we can plunge down here, if we can have like just a quick plunge down here, there is a trade at 650 forming.
Oil out of the amount pledged by France as part of the IEA's release of strategic stockpiles to deal with the Middle East crisis. That's according to a French finance.
If we can rip VIX 9-day into the supply, it'll set it up. But we got to wait for it. See if we can just get a little bit more pain in here. It's not much pain, it's just a little bit more. Maybe some kind of a whipsaw. I'll take the trade with you if it shows itself. I would need to be lower to take it, but I want to see the rejection above on VIX before attempting it. He's back on again.
Thank you all for being at the White House. Thank you very much. Bye.
So he's got nothing further to add here. He doesn't have anything. He's not taking any questions. I want to say he's got a special uniform on too. His suit is way too large. So I bet he had a protective suit on. He had to. And he was far, far away from anybody. And he was up at height too, which is deflation, which means humans can't account for deflation. So he was in a very protective posture today. And he kept the reporters away. He's away from people. And he's gone. So there was nothing here helpful. Nothing that I can see that's helpful to markets. Some good stuff for commodities and maybe some related, some ag equipment and stuff. But even that, I'll be honest with you. Like, so I have ranchers in my family, big ones, like big, like well-known ranchers in my immediate family, and they fucking hate loans. They like grants and stuff, but loans are brutal. I mean, they'll take them if they need them to survive, but it's almost like a payday loan or something, you know? Oh, you got to survive this week? You better pay it all off by Friday. Now, these are decent loans for these farmers, but it doesn't stop the price of goods from going up. It keeps them barely afloat, and then they still have to raise prices to pay back the fucking loan. So there's nothing that I can parse from this. I guess some people do make out from this. The equipment companies that'll serve or take the money from those loans, and the commodities themselves, like the people that sell you the seed and the fertilizer and all that kind of stuff to keep up. But that doesn't really affect the stank market. And nothing that he said there in relation to Iran was worth anything. Rubio was all over the fucking place right now. And we had one good headline here, but it was laced with, it seemed good on the surface, but there goes the down move right there. We're now touching 6,400 on SPX. Still no movement in VIX 9-day here. I'd like to see some blood. Watch out for some blood, because I need that VIX up there at like 30, 70, $32. If we can get the VIX up there, maybe there's a dip to buy, but this isn't good.
S&P 500 extending losses here, down 1.2% now. The dollar up 0.3%.
I think we all know there's no signs of an immediate invasion. It would take 1 to 3 months, which still puts us in like April, May. Mid-April, May. And we'll be checking that anyways for any... Man, I'm telling you what, just saying that just now makes me want to fucking like crash over the weekend. Like, you just start pricing all this bullshit in now. Spooz bleeding on no help from Trump in that speech. And I do realize that the VIX isn't going to get over 30 due to the option chain not being rolled lower, but if we can trade like, I don't know, 30.25 to 31 or $32, I'd take either of those. Anywhere from like $30 and higher. Grinding to the downside now, looking very risk-offish into the end of the day. We couldn't even catch a bid up here into 130. As soon as we hit 12 p.m., it was like, fuck you, we're out of here. Very bearish positioning and sentiment. Be extremely careful with... There's like an argument here that this is the bottom of the market, and don't believe that. Or like the selling will slow down. Don't believe that at all. They're going risk off. And they look for a high in the first week of the month, but the stance is definitely not everything is hunky-dory and fine.
State TV reporting that Iran's Revolutionary Guard targeted U.S. Israeli forces in Kuwait's Babiyan Island.
Well, now, if there's any kind of highlight over the weekend, too, we're already striking these nuclear facilities, like for nuclear input in Iraq. So we could see more of that over the weekend. So, like, they want to allow E15 sales in summertime, which is insane. Pure insanity. Maybe you'd have, I don't know. I guess it's not pure insanity if you were to lower the price of E15 for the evaporation, but there ain't nothing here, boys. There's your first new low right there. This is your first low. You're just looking for a second rejection. We'll start trading the 30s. We could crash over the weekend here. It looks like it. We're not there yet, but this is your first low under support right here. If we reject this low, though, on any pullback, we're going to start partying. Keep your eyes right here. We're just now waiting for a second new low, and we'll start trading 630, 80-point drop. You want to wait for the rejection above. I should take a poly market bet that we strike their nuclear facilities this weekend. It was very low. It was at like 13% or something. I'm betting we do. The market looks like it's thinking it's gonna. There is nothing here, just a warning. We need to see a second low under 6,400 to start the process. The target on SPX would be 63.42. We're about to start crashing. We're fairly close to it. Just waiting for a rejection. Iranian Revolutionary Guard targeted U.S. Israeli forces in Kuwait's Bubiyan Island. Still need the new low. They're going to close the door right here, and then we start really partying. It gets ugly. A note here too: if we pin underneath 6,400, there is no stops underneath. Zero. This is crash down here. Just a warning to you. We're not crashing yet, but there is zero, nothing holding up the market here. You could theoretically trade 6,000. I don't think we're gonna, but we could theoretically trade 6,000 into Monday from here. 300-point drop, easy. I'm gonna just remove that time so you can see it. We are under all support, all net support in the market. On a rejection, be very careful. You want to definitely slam the sell button if we reject it. It's only speed bumps underneath. That's it. There's nothing down there. Zero. The first stop would be 6,300, 6,200, and we're in free fall down below into the 590s. I guarantee this is triggering. This has got to be triggering hedge funds right now to load puts here. I guarantee it. This could trigger a cascade effect. We're not there yet, but you got to be really careful here that this doesn't trigger rampant put buying into the close today. And that could cause dealers to chase. We're not there yet, but I don't want to scare you or anything, but just that's true. They are closing doors. Woo, like 6,600, 6,500, 6,400 theoretically. We're setting up a crash here. The thing is, too, is whatever like the rejection is above, it's like we're like setting it up right now. I'm like trying to do the math in my head. I'm like, whatever the rejection above is on like the hour or daily trigger triggers the crash at this point for this price action. This is going to trigger a crash. So whatever the rejection is up here, this is the start of the crash right here. I don't even know if we make it over the weekend. You could see like, I just want you to give you a warning here that whatever the rejection on this upside is likely going to trigger a major crash. I'm going to issue that warning right now. That's anything like I think if we have to reject like 648 or something like that. I wonder if we like squeeze up there, hit it, and then that's when we start the crash. Whew, that's hot. VIX now creeping up. So we closed the door above on Wednesday, Thursday on the roll down. Today we're setting the crash up. All right, it's already 1:38. What I'm going to do is take a quick break, like a half an hour break, 20 minutes. When I come back for 2 p.m., I'm going to try to set up what this crash looks like for you. It's going to be gnarly. The first targets will be like the 30s, but then the 20s.
1.3%. NASDAQ falling 1.8. The Dow
would be the target, like 620, 6,200 would be the target to start. Just a warning to you that we're creating a crash environment right now to trade, to reject somewhere above, I want to say 48, 40, maybe 42 and a half or something like that, 40. It might not be that big of a squeeze, but it'll be sold. Yep, 6,200 is the target. I'll give you an exact 62,113. Did I say 62,113? I meant 62,13. Excuse me. It's just a matter of a rejection at this point. Wherever that may be, it could be a squeeze. There's potential if we can get VIX 9-day to crank to like 30 and reject, that would give us the squeeze, and that would suffice. I'm gonna tell you one more time, okay? We're setting up a crash either now or over the weekend, by Monday, something like that. There should be one more big squeeze in here, but it doesn't matter. Whatever that squeeze is will be sold. It'll be sold violently. Expect when that squeeze is done for us to go vertical to the downside. I'll be back here at 2 p.m. and we'll review it. We'll review it here. Right, currently it sits at 60, basically 648, but by Monday it'll be gone. It'll be right where we are. So the market like can squeeze from here into Monday or Sunday or something. Maybe we start the crash on Sunday if we're squeezing up into it. I'll show it to you here, guys, but we're setting up a crash here over the weekend into next week. Price target 62.13 on SPX. I'll be right back with you guys.
Google nears a deal to help finance an Anthropic data center, according to the Financial Times. So looking into this then, Google plans to throw in its financial support behind a multi-billion-dollar data center project in Texas leased to Anthropic as it builds out its infrastructure to deal with the AI lab. Now, backing from Google is expected to be finalized in the coming weeks and would include the search giants offering construction loans for the Nexus data centers, the site's operator, according to people familiar. FT articles on the feed for those interested. According to Al Mizra News, an important statement from the Yemeni armed forces is expected in the coming hours. So that's coming from Al Mizra News. So Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi posts on X just confirming that Israel hit two of Iran's largest steel factories. He did say that the attack contradicts the President of the United States' extended deadline for diplomacy and that Iran will exact a heavy price for Israeli crimes.
S&P 500 index extends decline to 1.5%. This is further detail in regards to the armed forces, Yemeni armed forces. So Yahya Saree is the one to speak in a few hours, according to sources here. Remember, they're representing the Houthis. So it's like in any further bits from the Al Masira piece, there's nothing else. It just says important statement from the Yemeni armed forces soon. So, a reminder in regards to the Yemen Houthis. Yes, a couple of days ago, you had Iran's Tasnim citing an unnamed military source that Iran could activate the Bab al Mandab Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territories in the island. So that's next to Yemen.
Voice news disconnected.
Great. Oracle credit default swaps near 2008 record closing high. So, a reminder with Trump's speech, he's going to be speaking at the FII summit in Miami, Florida at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the time he's slated for. House Speaker Johnson says that he will offer a simple stopgap to fund DHS until May 22nd. He did call the DHS bill from Senate a joke. US House to vote to restore Homeland Security funding until late May, setting up a contrast with bill that passed Senate, Speaker Johnson says. IEA said they've been informed by Iran that the Shahid Reza-e Nejad Yellow Cake production facility in Yazd province, also known as Ardakan, was attacked today. IEA on Shahid Reza-e Nejad Yellow Cake production facility says there's no increase in off-site radiation levels reported. The IAEA is looking into the report. House Speaker Johnson says that we're planning to vote on DHS stopgap bill as soon as possible. US oil rises above $100 a barrel ahead of settlement. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $99.64 a barrel, up $5.16 or 5.46%. Gasoline April futures settle at around $3.25 a gallon. Diesel April futures settle at around $4.49 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at around $3.09. Trump tells DHS OMB to use funds with Logic Nexus for TSA. According to a White House memo. Again, Trump directs DHS Secretary and OMB Director to compensate TSA employees. Senior Iranian official says US action of launching attacks on Iran while simultaneously calling for talks is intolerable. And they add that Tehran has yet to decide whether to respond to US proposals because of attacks on industrial and nuclear infrastructure. So it's echoing what Arakchi said earlier on. So again, Iran officials says that Iran's response to US proposal had originally been expected to be delivered on Friday or Saturday. Houthi military spokesman announces that they will be targeting Israel. And it looks like that post just has gone. So we'll see if they put it out again. But it did say that the Houthi army spokesman announced targeting Israel. But as I said, post has gone now. Brent crude futures settle at $112.57 a barrel, up $4.56 or 4.22%. According to Axios, Iran's parliament leader Galibaf has emerged as a key figure in Trump's push for peace talks with Tehran. We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. So from the article, says a senior Iranian official and an Israeli official told Axios that Witkoff and Kushner had been communicating with Ghalibaf through a senior regime figure, although a senior regime figure denied this. Agricultural Secretary Rollins on Hormuz's impact on fertilizer says that I'm concerned on costs. So Rollins just speaking to reporters. DHS says TSA workers will start seeing paychecks as early as Monday.
All right. We almost hit the 3188 on a VIX 9-day. And that's what we're looking for.
Agricultural Secretary Rollins says that I'm planning fertilizer-related announcement in the next few days.
All right, here we go. My voice is killing me. All right. This is going to be your outlook for the weekend into Monday and Tuesday. Ooh. Look at that bad boy right there. And this is where it's going to be right here. $613, 600. No. That's the top right there. You're not going up here at all. We're not going up here at all. So don't worry about the daily. That's not going to matter. It's Tuesday, 31st. It's right here. There's the 30. This is Friday. We're closed on the 2nd, aren't we? Well, there's the attempt to get higher on the 7th.
Press TV says Iranian army drones strike major Israeli military logistics site.
Down here. One, two, three. The only thing I don't know about down here is on the 15th, if we can get down to 600. This is going to be a hard. So we're going to do here is we're going to bounce here. We're going to go back up here, and we're going to finally break through on Thursday, Friday of next week. Now we have a 3-day weekend in here. There's another issue in here, which is there could be
The continued movement towards the downside in the S&P 500.
one more right there.
The VIX volatility index continues to move above 30.
Yeah, it should go to this should go down to the close here, somewhere down in here. This will hold in here.
The Iran war. Big again, so usually anything above 30 notes extreme.
640.
Just staying above that at about 31.27.
It ain't gonna matter here. What's gonna happen here is you're gonna bleed the bell here. You're gonna trade this up into the 31st in the weekend, and then we're gonna likely come down here on the 1st. Now this could be sped up. Not only that, but this 14th, 15th in here, I think we could rotor this in here too. The only thing that's a problem here is you're going to get a reaction on this one. So you're going to catch a bounce here, and you're going to have to fight to get underneath it. And then these two down here, I can't tell. My thought would be that you'd get the bounce, and then into the end of April, you figure out the end of it over here. So you catch the bounce here on the 15th. Here's the 10th. And then here's the 13th, 14th, 15th. So I bet we have major operations here if I had to guess. If I had to guess, you're going to get like major operations down here and come back on Monday. and that's where you're going to catch the bounce. If I had to guess, that's how it goes. There's another way that this happens where we bounce in here. Maybe one more plunge into the 15th, and then we're out of here.
Reports on attacks in Tehran.
This, I can't tell here if this is over that weekend. If I had to guess,
that as well as those
Voice news disconnected.
if I had to guess, this is where the invasion is. Like right on that weekend. How about this? I'll make a bet right now. We invade Iran like pretty severely on, or something bad happens, whatever it is. The weekend of the 10th. This is where we start the invasion. This is where the big plunge should be. Now, if everything clears up, that won't happen, of course. Remember, all this is predicated upon more fucking dipshittery. It could be something where we're just fucking around down here, too. It could be something where we're like, you bounce here, you get the IRS thing, but then we rip back down into April. Like, there's a couple options here, like invade on the 10th, bounce on the 15th, and then you get more destruction into the May weekend. So don't look at this as, this we'll have to wait and see how, we don't know any information how this happens. If I had to guess, it's either going to be like invade on the 10th, and we fucking plunge straight down. There's a few different options how this thing plays out. So I'm going to take this off. Just note that we likely hit this one way or another. I just don't know how exactly. Could be a bounce. You're going to get a bounce here. You're going to get a bounce right here. We're not going to go down deeper here. We're going to hold this. And then this is the highest we should go. At most 640, 647, 65. And when we come up here, this can be something where we roll. We squeeze up here and we start rolling into this. This is where you get the negative flows on the downside over here. As soon as we're done with those flows, we'll pop back up and it'll be like, bye-bye, see you later. As a matter of fact, this should just be lower. This should be at 640. And this should sweep this low down here. You could actually even call, it could be something like this where it smashes down. Then you're pinned under the 40. Squeeze, bam, bam, couple slams over here. And then we get the lower low over here. Could be something more like this. This is going to take time, though. Probably, this is probably going to take Easter. Maybe Trump will announce a ceasefire or some shit like that. This could squeeze up too. So let me check this one more time. This is definitely coming back down right here. This one is good. This is after the 31st, though. Or in the morning of the, where's the morning of the 31st? 31st, 9 a.m.'s right here. So just hit this 3-month stall, and then slam down. This is the first, where this is start of the month, and this is where we could get fucked up. Like, you're down below here, right? And then wait a minute, this is Tuesday high, this is Wednesday low. Thursday. We'll give it to the 6th. We'll give it till Friday, but I don't think it's going to take that long. This is the break below the 30s. And then you're stalling up here. Stall, stall, stall. Right there. Close the gap on 10. There's your beat now, 608.25 right there. Blood shit show in here. This could go just straight fucking down. I swear, like this is gonna be a hard one to break. This one, not so much. Not hard to break, but then you get the gap to close. And now you've beaten 608.23. And just let me look over here, because there's a portion here where there's nothing here. See this right here? There ain't nothing here. Like, this could just be a capitulation move down here. There's 58 right here, 5,800. This could, like, you'll bounce right here, but so this is the capitulation phase right here. There's nothing holding this up. There, you could theoretically say there'll be a bounce here. But there ain't shit here. Like, so whatever the bounce this is, like truly think that this could fucking plunge. There's your 15, right? 15th, midday. And I don't even know. So this is your Monday bounce, and then start fucking moving around in here. The thing about this leg right here, like, this leg will hold up. It'll be hard to fight this right here, but once we get through it, it's downtown. It's like blood. There's literally, like, follow me over with this right here. Okay, see this green line right here, and these green lines right here. The moment we break through that, there ain't nothing there. Like, there's stuff here, but there ain't nothing here. Like, you'll have to fight so you're gonna have to fight to break through this level. This ain't gonna give it up too easy. Once you break through it, though, there's demand here. But watch once you get over there. I mean, once you hit this here, right? Once we hit this, so maybe bounce here. I would bet we can't even get back up there. This is going to be hard work down here. But once we're through it, once you're through it, it's like, it's just a matter of time. It could just be straight capitulation. I almost want to just draw it through. I mean, I know you're going to get you're going to get a bounce here. Like, this is going to be a bitch to get through, but once you do, it's like downtown city over here. Like, there'll be buyers here. There'll be buyers here. So this is going to take work to get through. This is going to take work to get through. But once you're through it, like, if you can just, like, tip it down here, no matter what they do, it's going to fucking collapse. So, like, part of me wants to draw this in like break through and then just break down in here. I really just want to go like this. Like, I really want to go and close that gap. And then just start smashing, but it's not going to be like that. It's going to bounce first. You're going to bounce right here, and then maybe just stall it out. Just like a stall. Another thing, too, is the daily trigger will be coming down, so I don't want to see, maybe you think that's bottom. Here's your double bottom, and then they flush it right in. I kind of like that the best. I kind of like the idea that everybody thinks this is bottom, and because you've smashed through this, because you've done this one right here, it's like a false double bottom. You know, you smash into this, but you've triggered. Everyone's like, hey, that's it. Well, look at my go squeezing, right? And then it's wham, straight down. Let me just check this really quick here. And look at this over here. Like, there ain't shit down here. There ain't nothing here. There ain't nothing here, man. And that's like, that's 586. And this should hold in here. You're going to catch a reaction off this one, but it's only for a minute here. I realize that's the prior back test, but that's still like, see that over there? Like, that's the prior back test right there. I mean, sweeping this stuff is a no-brainer. I'll tell you this. Once we get down into this zone right here, it's like another free fall zone. There's a whole bunch of shit to clean up down here. This is going to be very contentious in here. I'd say I would warn you that at 6:15, you want to pay very close attention to this. Like, if this stops, I can see the bounce up here. But if it plunges down through, I could easily see a fake bottom and then rampant to the downside. Maybe they're saving this for something worse than we expect. And we also have to consider this daily trigger is going to be coming down. So as this thing comes down right here, there's always the risk of like the squeeze. There's like a risk of a squeeze here. There's a risk of a squeeze here. Even if you're squeezing, it ain't going to matter. It's still coming down. I'm just saying there's like squeeze risk in here, but we should still sell off that. And I think if you get deep enough, like here, it ain't gonna matter. It's gonna come. It can come if it goes deep enough. We can potentially start like we could like bounce up in here to the 15th and then start plunging into the end of April down here. It could get fucking messy. We're not there yet, so. But just note that there's a few things to note here, like some top line stuff. One, we're not going to get through this weekend. I don't think so. You're going to get a reset up here. There's a bunch of information you need to understand here. Like, we're setting up a major crash, and there's a bunch of cool shit. Like 6,600. This door is closing. This door is closed. This door is fucking bye-bye. This is a hard no. And 6,500 is a hard no. This is a hard no right here. So we already got one there for 66. So this is like a hard no, hard no. And this is gone. This 6,600 is gone in my view. You ain't never going back up there. This is the top right here. So even if you were to go down here, you're going to be told no. This is the whole basis of the trade right here to go down. And this break right here should be pretty vicious. Something's going to happen next week. You have like the man, I just wonder if this fucker goes straight down into Thursday. Or over the weekend, you wake up right there. Merry Christmas or Happy Easter, right? Well, this is like Friday, Thursday over here. Smash up, down, whoop. Smash up, down. You come back on Monday, Easter, with a squeeze. And you should stall up here. Man, this could get uglier and uglier. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, here's your squeeze up in a Monday, Tuesday. Thank you very much. And then we're right back down. So just like pound it. Yay, pound it. And this is where like the free fall comes in over here. Like you start doing this stupid shit over here, and it's like, here's your 15th trade, right? Up. And then it's like downtown over here. Be extremely careful. Like, I can't guarantee we're going to go down here in the end of the month, but, you know, they pounding in this shit over here, squeeze it up, pound it down here, squeeze it up. The damage is done, and then there's like nothing here. Like, when we get into like May and stuff, like early May, it could get fucking nasty because there ain't nothing here. There is like nothing here. And if you look at this stuff over here, like there's stuff here, but this right here, this is, there ain't nothing to right here. There's a giant fucking gap over here. There's a bunch of work to do over here, but, or maybe it's just like this. Whoop, straight down. Up, like smash into this, smash through this, right? Seize it up. Hold, just a minute, do this a second here. Squeeze it up, right? Smash it down. You got to come back up over here for the cup and handle to start breaking that shit down there. And this is going to take work. They're going to fucking buy that stupid shit again. And then, but if you break down deep enough, you can start working your way through, and then it's just collapse. It's like literally collapse down there. There ain't nothing down there. There ain't nothing down there. So if you're doing it like this right here, this is Friday the 9th, maybe something like that. That's Friday right there. And this is all like, once you hit this number right here, this is the gap that you close in that gap right there. And this would putter. This is your Easter weekend and stuff. That's 3 days closed, so maybe there's like some lift up in here. But then you come right back on the fucking 7th, and it's party time. Like there's your Monday high, and then whammo. And I think two key things. I'm gonna leave it like this, but what I want to give you some key things here. If we need to get below this, need to, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's Easter or whatever. You know, a 3-day weekend, we start floating, come back on Sunday or Monday and start smashing this fucker down. But the key is once you break through this, there's nothing here. Like there ain't nothing. It could be a fucking straight down shot in a Friday if something bad happens, or the moment you break through this, it becomes like rope them in, and then down. There's no like all these dotted lines aren't required. Now we'll know more when we get into the roll up here. The roll up here will tell you where we're hedged for down below. The one warning that I would have for you here is what? The violence of this is brutal. You're talking about being done April 20th, April 30th, all the way down here if we stayed on current trajectory. But I don't know if it's going to take that long. I really don't see this taking like into end of April. I think it's going to be violent. That's what I think, but I could be wrong. You know, this extends out into May 4th. But I don't think it's going to take that long. And even if it does, I think it's going to be fast. Most of the time, it's usually fast, and then we'll fuck around over here. And if we need to go back down and hammer it out some more, we can. I expect this to be more violent than, like, normally I would say staircase, right? Like, this is all staircasing. But when you start getting into capitulation shit, you start forcing the issue, and it's down. It's fast. It's like it's super fast. It's like oh my god, shit's going crazy. Oh my god, my pants are on fire. Oh my god, before you know it, we're like floating around to try to escape, and then we hammer it again at the end of the month. They don't even let you escape normally. So like do the damage, ask questions later. I think we're at that phase right now. Personally, if you have a different viewpoint on this, that's fine. But I think it's going to be violent and fast. And I think once we're down there, we'll like let the market sort out what's going on with geopolitics and impacts and all that kind of stuff. Because and the reason I'm saying this is because the damage being done, even on Trump saying like, oh, we're going to give 10 days. I'm like, dude, the damage is done. Like, we've done the damage. Like, there's economic damage around the world. So from my perspective, we start collapsing. I think I said that to you this morning, which was it should be violence to the downside. So if you like kind of like if you know this is going to happen on the 20th, you front run it. And then we get to the 20th and we can decide what's going to happen. You know, you come, like at the end of the month, you find out you're back in trend all of a sudden, and we can decide if we're going to start partying again. And I think that's the key here too, is if this gets even worse, because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know about the other things, right? Like the words you don't want to say, the WMDs, how bad is the destruction. If you start seeing like power plants and desalination plants going up, you see like weird things happening. I don't want to say them. You've heard them on the show and the news squawker with like the backpack things and all the other fucking nonsense. I don't think that stuff's going to happen, but I think that you price in the potential of that happening as sooner than later. And we'll ask questions later if it doesn't happen. And you get your fucking sexy ass V-shaped recovery, whatever, over here. Maybe not over there, but over there, you get your V-shaped recovery. Hey, everything's solved. Everything is fine. Straight Up Removes is open. But I think that this pain trade becomes just like Liberation Day, or it's not Liberation Day, but it's like, do you remember the last leg? Here, let me show you the last leg, how quickly it happened. Let me explain how fast this happens when Trump's in business. Let me show you this right here, okay? Just to be clear. This is, hey, we figured it out, bro. We're done. And then like a week later or something, Trump was like, no, everybody's getting 100% tariffs. And they were just like, you know what? Fuck you. Wham, straight down. It was pretty fast, right? So there's an example. Straight the fuck down. Fuck you. And all of a sudden, Trump goes, oh, yeah, we've wrapped up tariffs. Definitely. We're done. And then we're out of here. So My only point here is maybe I'm being too conservative here, but mine looks the same, right? Like down, down, fuck you, make a decision, and all of a sudden we've wrapped up Iran. So just be conscious in here. I'm gonna leave it just like this. We're gonna go up here, so we're gonna smash this 3-month, rip through this stuff, get down here, and I don't even know if you're gonna get that pump right there, because once you get through this one, it's free fall. It's literal fucking free fall. It's like wham, straight down, maybe catch the bump, and maybe another down, and then we can start making some decisions. And you get the 15th bump up, you fuck around down here, and then they let us escape. So you get what I'm saying here? Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, we've triggered a crash, guaranteed. We've triggered a crash. Today we've triggered a crash. We triggered it here, but the doors are closing quick. So you're going to see moves like this all the way down. And it's going to get fucking messy fast. And you know what? 5,600's even juicier. Now, the one thing I'll tell you here is this. Do not buy puts for down there, okay? Don't do that. Get like 620s. Like 620, so that you can, and I'll explain it better here, right? You get like a 620 call. If, oh my God, we fixed everything, we're out of here, that's fine. Oh my God, we bounced off the 3-month, right? And the second 3-month, okay, you can take your money and run and then nail that next layer. It's like a 620, 6,200 put, something like that. Nice, easy, close enough in the money. They haven't bought them yet either. And we have no VIG on them. So you're going to see the VIG, though, right in here. And you'll catch the VIG for the 6,200. You'll see, you should be watching those puts and see if they increase in value even as we rise. And people will start buying this protection. Excuse me. I got to drink some more water. And it's going to get messy. I was thinking like more time on this one down here, but I don't know, man. When we're down here like this, it could be like party time. You hit that number right there. This red line is right here. So like you're hitting this one right here and you're bouncing, and then it's, oh yeah, we're still fucking around. Wham, start hitting that one. This is the juice right here. This is beautiful. This one right here is like elevator down. And we're trading this one right now. This is going to be a lot of work to get through. And then this one here is where the money is. Like from 612 to 590, 580. Sweep the fuck out of that one. This is where your wick is going to come in, right in here. You'll see a nice big fat fucking wick like right here. That candle's going to look just like this. Whoop. And then a big fat candle right there. And maybe we're back up in there. But just note that this should be violent and fast. That's the key here. They're going to price all this shit in. The market's like, fuck you, Trump. Not fuck you, Trump, but, like, we're not listening to you anymore with this bullshit. They've had enough. They've given enough time, and the worst part of it is this is unlike tariffs. There's damage being done on like 10 days or 5 days or 48 hours or 6 days. Or he said, oh, they asked for 6 days, I gave them 10. That's horseshit. And you could probably push the idea of a Fed put down there too. So not quite a Fed, an executive put, I'd call it. And the executive put and Fed put that's down here is like QE. That's what it is. Fucking QE. QE lives down here. QE or an executive put where Trump stops. If he doesn't stop and we start blasting down there, you're gonna get QE. Because if we're down there, that means that we're doing damage. And if we're doing damage, you're seeing like, $200 fucking $200 barrels of oil and stuff like that. it'll indubitably shut down economies. So you would then need the Fed to step in and try to save the world or some shit like that. So we're putting that onus on the federal government. You're basically telling the federal government, hey, here's the deal. If you don't wrap this shit up and things start to devolve, we start like losing desalination plants and fucking Strait is blown the fuck up and that kind of stuff. It's gonna the world economy is gonna get fucked up. So we're not there right now, but they're gonna push that issue because as these weeks pass, it's gonna get ugly. The supplies will be depleted. They're already depleted in some places. You already see austerity going on where it's like, hey, we're not sending any more energy to anybody. It's very, very similar to COVID in that example, in that respect. So, I hope it doesn't happen like this, but the market will push this issue into faster than you think. They will price all of this potential doom in, and they'll ask questions later. And we're in that part of this where even this weekend, I'll tell you something else, like this weekend. So even right here, we can smash down in here this weekend just to start softening it up, like softening a target. Then come back up here, right? And then the door is now open, and then it's wham. So you get a little relief into the close, and then over the weekend, they start bombing nuclear power plants. We're slamming. There ain't nobody there to stop it. Come back up here, and then you're through, straight through. And it's quick. So this is the outlook here into the weekend. Now, the thing I wanted to let you know is this could happen faster than what I'm telling you. Like, this could be fast as fuck. Faster than this looks. I could start looking, but that's pretty fucking violent right there as it is. There's a lot of things that I've been reading this morning saying, oh, this is the bottom. We're out of here. And I'm like, that ain't true. I'm telling you right here, this was the last. I said this on Twitter. This was the last case for the bull. You have the daily trigger racing through. This is violent, negative velocity. It's going to be ugly as fuck. It should move quickly. Target 620. So you can step off here when the foam mowers get in here, like right in here, the foam mowers will step in. They won't hedge. They'll see all this happen. And you're going to be selling puts to those suckers down here. Maybe leave a few on for some money, and then it'll squeeze back up, and then we'll try to take the rest of it out. But I warn you, crash warning. It's on. It's on like Kong. Where's the close here today? Is it already 4 o'clock? Yeah, we're going to smash down in here. We could probably smash all this weekend. I would not buy crash puts this weekend. I think what they're going to do this weekend is they're going to just smash into it. They're going to smash. Or, sorry, I didn't mean to go that deep, but they're going to try to smash this in over the weekend, and then we'll come back on a Monday high and start selling it. Or Tuesday high, excuse me. Right on this is when we start selling, like Tuesday the 31st or whatever. But we're going to smash this over the weekend. You'll wake up and it will be back up on Monday, but they're going to start crashing the fuck out of this. I warn you. And this is the best time to get through it. The first time is on this weekend. Like, we get through this in the weekend, literally all we need is a tick. Like, the moment you dip your wick down here, so you get this little price action in here, like, you close this up, and then all of a sudden on Sunday, it's like, just like this. Dip your nuts, and that's all we need. Once you get that up there, it's like, it's on. There's your first low, wham, straight down. One, and bam, bam to the downside. So just be warned. The market is not going to let this happen. The market is not going to allow this to happen and be caught with their dicks in their hands. There's too much unknown, too much bullshit. So it's not just job owning. It's just too much, like, nothing matches up. There's mines. There's no mines. There's an agreement. There's no agreement. We're talking to this person. Who's the person? We don't know. Like Rubio today is a prime example. And then Trump is warning you. He told you, I was surprised it's not down lower. When he's telling you, when he admits shit all the time, he's telling you that. And then you've got Rubio today. This morning there was a report that what the fuck was the report? That Iran is going to issue a statement on the 15-point plan today. And then Rubio came out and said, oh, well, maybe today, might be tomorrow. And, if they don't, we'll be really mad. So when you hear that stuff, it's not like it's legit. It's not like the U.S. is telling you, we submitted a plan, it was received by Iran. They told us they'd be back to us on Friday. They didn't. That didn't happen. It's bullshit. And I don't care if they do. I don't give a fuck if they say something today at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. or tomorrow. I don't care. The market doesn't care. The market is going to say, yeah, cool, man. Cool story, bro. Sell. Until you get some kind of resolution. Like some kind of, we're sitting at the table, or we've taken the Strait, or that we've taken Iran. And I'm going to be honest with you guys here. Like today when I read that story that said the U.S. does not have any plans for a full invasion immediately, you know, it's not like they're going to fucking tell you that they're invading, and they're not going to tell me that they're invading. And I promise you, from who I know, we are invading. I'm telling you right now, we're fucking invading. And I don't know how the fuck that invasion goes, but we're planning on it. That's really, truly happening. At least in the background it is. If it goes to that, if it takes us going to that, if it takes us going to full invasion, we will. Or we are planning for it. So, you know, if there's bullshit and lies everywhere from the executive and no clear path, like on April 1st we want this, on April 15th we want that. If you recall too, the Iraq war, we fucking told them everything. It was obnoxious. We told Saddam, we were like, okay, we're gonna move all our forces and invade you. And that shit took months. And he was like, those assholes aren't coming here to invade me. Then we were parked off the fucking coast, and he was like, they're not going to come on the land. But at least you knew where we were and what was going on. And you had these signposts. He didn't give it up yet. He doesn't think we're coming. At least you have that like consistency in what's going on. And in this circumstance, it's just like fucking tariffs. And it's just like COVID. You know, COVID was the same fucking way. COVID was like bullshit, smoke, mirrors, and bullshit and smoke and mirrors. And you know what the market did? It fucking cratered until we got the Fed put. Like it literally went fucking straight down until they called Uncle. Literally until they called Uncle. And they were like, okay, we're going to step in and try to do what we can. And restored confidence in the economy and the markets and that kind of stuff. So we're right back into like another version of COVID response. And whether it's real or fake, I don't give a fuck. It's the fact that it was unknown unknowns and no response to COVID that was signposted along the way. It was just, we're closing up. No, it wasn't that. It was everything is fine. And then on a fucking Tuesday night at 9 p.m. during a basketball game, oh, by the way, we're shutting it all down. And, you know, people freaked the fuck out. The market's freaked out. Everybody freaked the fuck out. So with that unknown volatility, they're going to work on 630, 60 over the weekend. And you'll get some kind of reprieve into like Monday, Tuesday. And they're going to start fucking rampant selling, rampant. And you're going to see those puts down there start gaining huge value, huge value. And then you're going to see the VIX start fucking ramping. The VIX will then start trading like the 30s, VIX 9 days in the 30s right now, but you'll start seeing the VIX hit the 40s, the 50s, and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be a fucking mess. It's going to be a fucking mess. So there we are into the close. I think I told you earlier we triggered a crash warning up here, and we're crashing. It's going to be a fucking mess. The only other way I could say, now remember, I'm not your fucking furu, so don't be like, oh, Cap says we're going to crash, and then all of a sudden they resolve all this shit on Friday. He was wrong. Don't come after me like that. This is all predicated upon no resolution in Iran. And we're pricing in like whatever the worst that could happen. And they're bringing those things up. We're not, the market's not, you're not. You've got like stories about you have stories about backpack things and Iran saying they're looking to enrich uranium. Whether that's true or not, you have it doesn't matter. So they got to price in the potential of that happening. And you're not getting clear answers from our leaders. So without the clear answers from our leaders, you have the Vice President of the United States. When they say, I want to say this to you publicly, like when an elected official says something to you and you talk about credibility, it's usually a cover your own ass type situation. So there has to be some credibility to what he said for CYA. Well, I told you. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but he told you to cover his ass. I think, or he should. But, with this administration, you never know. So I know it's terrible. And I'm not trying to shit on Trump or the admin or the presidency or any of that kind of stuff. This is just par for the course. It's straight up par for the course. So best case scenario, 647, 65. And remember, that's a dotted fucking line. That ain't no fucking straight line. Like, we ain't going there. You'll be lucky if we squeeze that high to take the roll to the downside. You want to be selling right now the half an hour and hourly trigger, period. If we break above the half an hour and hourly trigger, we will trade the daily, but you want to sell that one too. So here's an example. Let's say we come up here to grind this shit into the weekend. We up here, and you're like, hey, I'm going to take a short again, right? You're just going to wait for the first low, or on the half an hour, the first low, and you start selling it straight down. If you see the squeeze up and we break above the half, so you can't take, I'm not going to take a short there, I'm not going to take a short there, and all of a sudden it starts rolling down over the hour, right? You take that short all the way down to the next layer. Literally. It's that easy. What else did I want to say about this? I think that's it. I don't think that there's much more to say here. I don't believe, I'm telling you, like this week on Wednesday, when the moment we lost those 3 green lines that I drew for you, I wasn't fucking around. Like, you could not lose those three lines. The moment that we lost those 3 lines, there ain't nothing. They're gonna send this fucker straight to the depths of hell. And I really do think, like, I wasn't thinking 5,600, but I think 5,600 is easy peasy. And then you force the Fed put, and don't trade it though, not yet. There's a couple bounces along the way. You don't want to get caught in those bounces. They suck. You're like making a bunch of money, and then you're not making any money. Then when we finally get down there, your shit's worthless. Don't bother. Something more in the money, and make sure you're hitting all of your rejection points. You're selling off the half an hour, the hour, and the daily trigger. Ugly. Now, on the opposite side of that, like a bull case, is there a bull case? No. With this admin and with what this admin does, fuck no. I wouldn't trust a fucking thing. Trump's the kind of guy where, like, if there was a ceasefire, you'd know it. He would be the first fucking guy out there telling you, like, you know what I mean? Like, there wouldn't be any mixed words. There wouldn't be anything. He'd be declaring fucking victory, taking victory laps, fucking doing a parade through town. He'd be demanding, like, I don't know. He's got coins now, so he can't control himself. So if you had that, if you hear him at any point say, I declare victory, I mean, truthfully, not the fake victory, but you know what I mean? Like, you'll know it when he says it. I would take this whole expectation back. Until then, don't believe it. That's the rule. Don't fucking believe it. Know for a fucking fact that he's gonna know for a fact that he's bullshitting. That's best way to say it. So I hate to say it like that, but that's how he operates, and it's ugly, man. Ugly. No bueno in here. Up, down, and I want to show you something else here too. You see this right here? Like, this is all coming down now, right? So they smashed into this over the weekend. Like, they start stalling right here. You know, they start stalling up. Oops, sorry. That hourly triggers down here. And even if you get above this, like, let's say you get the half hour here and the hourly right here. So you like pop up and you're like, oh, bro, we're going to escape. And it's right here, the stop. Or top. You're like, oh, we're going to escape, bro. And it's like, whoosh, sucked right back down again. You know, you lose, moment you lose this, you got your low already. You get your new low you're working on. And before you know it, it's 2-3 over here. And then wham, wham, straight down to the depths of hell. So that's how it's going to go. We're crashing, baby. Now, some good news here. The good news is we're still in trend, major trend. It's a good way to get a discount. So if you got bull or whatever, you're going to get a good fucking price on equities. There is some danger for permanent damage to the economy. There is some damage to the bubble. The bubble is not burst yet. There is danger to it. We won't know that, though, until we get into the end game of this stuff with the Strait of Hormuz. You know, we price it all in, and then if the dust settles and they can reopen and everything, we should be fine. But if we start trading under that monthly trigger, if we start trading on this monthly trigger, where is it? Right here. Currently, right here. It should be up here, right around 590. But if you start to see if you start to see us rejecting the monthly trigger in May or June or something like that, I'll tell you right now, that's a burst bubble. If we start doing that, it'll be a burst bubble. Watch that monthly will be right here. Well, that would say we're bursting the bubble, and that could come into play. It's not yet. Don't hold this yet, but you got to remember that when we get into the summer months, you know, like, I don't want to say this, but you know, like Trump's a lame duck president. So if he is going to lose the midterms, if he does, it could become very destructive behavior from Trump. So you get like very destructive behavior from Trump into the midterms. If he loses the midterms, they're going to immediately, you know, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. They're going to try to put him in prison. So if they have enough votes in the House and the Senate, they're going to try to remove not just do the bullshit, whatever the fuck they call it. God damn it. The impeachment where he stays in power, they're going to try to remove him. And if they try to remove him, Wall Street will fucking implode. Like the street, New York, Chicago, will fucking implode. So the first thing out of their mouth is going to be, we're going to go into a recession. The Democrats are going to send us into a recession. They're going to clean all this mess up, and we're going into a recession. So the knee jerk on that is, you know, like you climb back up over here into fall, and if the Dems are winning, they're going to want to price in that recession, and then you burst your bubble and it gets fucking messy. But we're not there yet. So, we're not there yet. It's just like masturbating. So don't masturbate on that yet. You know, I'll give you the alternate to that. It's like Trump fixes this whole entire thing. We own Iran in a good way. Now we own all the oil flow. Everybody's fucking pumping their fucking arms, and they're like, whoa, that's my president. Before you know it, they're out there voting, and the Democrats are fucking getting torched to the ground. So there's a counter to that too. So it's all masturbating right now, but I guarantee here, or not guarantee, but I'm giving this like this move here is like a 72 to like 86% chance of happening. Take it down, ask questions later. unless there's some clarity, any kind of clarity, like a roadmap with signposts, fucking anything. You can actually, if you did a signpost, the crazy part about signposts with roadmaps is, if you did one, right, like Trump just put out a like step-by-step plan with dates, and we could actually trade sideways and have a couple down moments and like in that process, but there's no fucking roadmap. It's the same shit as COVID. Once they put the roadmap out in COVID, they go, oh, here's the QE, and this is what we're gonna do, and we got these experts over here, and we're gonna try our best. Whole market was like, fuck yeah, woo, let's do it. Let's spend the money and party and all that other shit. So you kind of need that guide to continue on. I'm trying to find anything here, and I don't see a goddamn thing. Like, I'm trying to find any kind of like semblance of rational, and it ain't there. So I hate to say it, but he's got us again, just like the tariff bullshit, you know. And tariffs could have been easy, you know, and instead it was this big, you know, thing. It was this big fucking, like, you know, it was like a drunken mess, you know. And you can't do that. You can. This is how we pay for it every time. It's not that you can't. It's just that when you do, this is what happens. And that's it. All right, that's all I've got for you guys. Make sure you're hedged. Note that the top lines are, we close the door to any escape, close the door to any choice in escaping or going lower, and now we are triggering a crash to downside. And a top line that is, I expect it to move fast, fast, and and I'm trying to find any like solution here, like that this finishes quicker, but I don't see it. Does anybody else out there see it? I don't see it. Maybe I'm missing something. There's some information that I need to have or something, but I don't see that information anywhere where there's any kind of like clarity or solution. If we do get that, though, I don't even think that an announcement over the weekend, like we agree to like 10 or 15 points. I bet you the 2 or 3 they don't are like nukes, you know, or just like nuclear material, or, you know, something they can't, that they're not going to agree upon. We remain in control of the Strait of Hormuz. That ain't going to fly. So there we go. I think we're done. Anyways, I'm sick. I don't know how sick I get this weekend. I've got like a really bad temperature now. I've got shit in my head. Maybe you can tell I sound nasal, baby. I'm feeling really shitty right now. I did get some medicine yesterday. I'm trying to see if I can thwart this thing off, whatever it is, and feel better by Monday. But don't get too crazy over the weekend. Just know that we're crashing. I think that's all I've got for you today. Have a great weekend. Note that next week we have more bear holidays. We got like retail sales, bunch of big data coming out. We have a day off next week too. Friday we're closed. It's a short week, so you know, you want to see that short week party time. It's violent. We don't have a lot of time next. We got 4 days to go straight the fuck down. So we should start partying pretty aggressively, and it should be wrapped up, I would say, by the close of Thursday, I would think. And then you get a reprieve over Easter, and well, we're good. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do now. It's gonna blast down, and then Trump's gonna say, "It's Easter. I'm gonna offer them another peace deal, and we're gonna stop bombing for the weekend." There's your up move, and then, you know, you come right back on that Monday, and it's like resume carpet bombing, that kind of stuff. If you have military service people in your family, if you have a DOD personnel that you know in your family out there, Godspeed to you, and I hope that you stay safe. If you're an American or a Western ally, if you're a civilian from the West, I wish you peace over the weekend. And duck, roll, and cover, man. Keep it real, you know. And I hope that nothing that big happens terribly. Okay, you guys have a great weekend. I'll catch up with you on Sunday futures. If we start selling Sunday futures, I'll do a show. If we start crashing over any of these weekends, We start having these like elevator downs. And that's not one last thing. I said it earlier today. I want to say it to you again. You'll notice that we will not trade lower than 2 or 3% during the day, and then we'll do another 2 or 3% in the overnights to not trigger limit downs. So you could see like nice weekend, like 2% down moves, and then 3 during the day, or a 3% nighttime move, and then a 2% during the day, to try to not trigger those things, because we're going to squeeze in there too. I think that's all I got. Have a good weekend, and if we start selling over the weekend, I will do a stream on Sunday if needed. But just note that the market is pricing in uncertainty, major uncertainty. They're gonna fucking put the goddamn screws to him. Not to him and to the Fed too. Excuse me. They'll put the Margot will put the screws to the two of them too. Roadmap. Finish it. Or intervention with money. And he's already doing it. We had the World Bank today offering cash to Asia, and he's already doing QE light for farmers and food producers. So that's the tip of the hat to you. If you're like out there like, why are we selling on a Friday? Tip of the hat is that we're doing QE already. So that means that they're anticipating longer than expected and more damage than expected over the next coming at least month to 3 months, if not longer. No, not longer. I say 1 to 3 months. That puts us into end of summer, right? Somewhere in there, like in the end of summer, maybe early fall, September, October. If it continues to grow out of control, there's like people in the background working on that stuff, and the fact that they're rolling it out on a Friday tells you already that they're expecting like much higher prices, and they're already trying to offset the pain that's coming with inflation. That should rage out of control. All right, I'll see you guys on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Have a great day. I appreciate you being here all week long, and look forward to seeing you Monday. I hope to God I don't see you on Sunday. We start fucking smashing. We could though. It could be a little bit of smashing down in the overnight on Sunday. Just like this, like smash, work that stuff away, and then come right back and